Hello and welcome back to Crafted by Corie. If you're new, I'm Corie. Welcome to my channel. If you're returning, thank you as always for being here. I have a massive compilation. It's all fall. Let's go ahead and get right on into the crafting.
DIY number 1.
This is my inspiration picture from the Hobby Lobby. It's wooden flowers, but we are going to use some Dollar Tree flowers. I also have a Dollar Tree carvable pumpkin and some wired jute twine. So I'm just going to take my little stem out of the pumpkin and set that aside for a second, and then I'm going to go ahead and take all of my little flowers and I'm going to pull the buds right off of all of my picks. And I didn't have enough of one size flower, so I have a few different ones in complementary colors here. So I started out with hot glue trying to arrange them, and I didn't like the way they were sitting, so I was like, you know what, let me take this skewer and see if I can kind of poke the little buds down into the pumpkin, and that actually worked like a charm. And the neat thing about that is if you start doing it and you don't really care for it, you can pull them out and you're not dealing with hot glue. Now, if I had had enough of those tiny flowers to go all over the pumpkin, I would have done that because I loved the way that that was looking. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough of the little ones in my stash, so I went ahead and I used some larger ones as I worked my way down the pumpkin. And around the bottom, I have these, I think they're chrysanthemums. I think that's what they're called. And I forget what the middle one was called, but I thought this looked so cute. So once I had my pumpkin covered, I am going to grab my little stem again and my wired jute cord. I'm going to secure it down underneath with some hot glue. Once that's nice and cool, so I don't burn myself and it's nice and secure, I'm going to go ahead and start wrapping my jute cord all around my little stem. I'm basically hiding it. And then I stuck my skewer down inside of the top of it because I wanted to extend my stem up higher than the little nubby stem would allow. So I'm just making sure I use hot glue where I need to keep it secure. And I'm going to wrap around that skewer for a little bit. Then I'll trim off the skewer, secure it with some more hot glue there at the top once I have it wrapped to where it needs to be. Just putting a little dab there, twisting it around. And then once it's cool, I went ahead and continued to twist up and around in a way that was going to allow me to kind of manipulate the shape of the stem. I also cut out about half an inch of the wire from within the twine there at the end, just to make it look a little frazzled the way a pumpkin might look once it's been ripped off of the vine. And I tucked it right back down inside of there. And so now I have some little green leaves that I had pulled off of one of those picks as well, and I'm going to tuck that down inside. I thought about using the second set of leaf maybe on the little stem, but decided I didn't really like the way that looked. And so we are all done. Isn't she cute? I love this, and I hope you like it too.
Here we go with DIY number 2. So for this, I've got a couple of signs from the Dollar Tree, as well as some fabric from the Dollar Tree. I thought this was super cute. This is from Crafter Square, and it's the buffalo check or the gingham check. And then I'm also going to be using some white, Adirondack white chalk paint. So I'm just going to take all of the little embellishments off of my signs. And I used my heat gun to just heat that up a little bit because the hot glue, I was like, where did that go? The hot glue was just really holding it, and there it is. It just flipped right underneath that other sign. So anyway, I started to try and sand down the surface and then realized I could pull up the burlap that they had on this sign, and so I just pulled that right off. I did that on both signs, and then I just set that aside. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to use that for another project or not. I was hopeful that at some point I might have an idea for it, but I haven't come up with something just yet, so we'll see. But I am using my parchment paper that I love, also from the Dollar Tree. They've got these pop-up sheets of parchment paper, and I use it a lot for paint because my paint doesn't stick to it when I use it as something to set painted items on. But right now I'm just using it for a pattern. So I just used my fingertips and rubbed all the way around. I know you can't really see very well there, but it gave it enough of a crease for me to see where I needed to cut. So now I'm taking my pattern. I had made sure that it was all good on my sign, but now I am taking it on my fabric, and I'm just using a pen, you guys. This is not necessarily the best way to do this. Usually sewers will use chalk to mark their pattern on fabric, but I was just using a pen because I figured I'd be cutting just inside the pen marks and it would be fine. So then I'm going to be securing my fabric to my sign, but not just yet apparently. I'm trying to remember what order I did this in. It's been a few weeks. So I do come in with my chalk paint, my white Adirondack chalk paint, and I'm going to give this a nice coat, and I'm going to do that for both signs. Oh, and you know what? I think what I did was I coated this first because I wanted it to be nice for the fabric. That's what it was. So I coated both sides of these, and then afterwards I ended up adhering the fabric to my sign because I didn't want any of what was originally there to show through the fabric, because we do have those white checks within the buffalo fabric, and so it stood to reason that it might show through. So here I'm just cutting out my vinyl for the projects on my silhouette cameo, and you can see I'm using the black, the green, and the orange, and this is what I pulled together for these. So now I've got my fabric, I've got my little decals that I'm going to be applying, and I was pretty proud of these. So first I decided I was going to use my bare wax in dark, and I was just going to come through here and just tone down the white a little bit. I felt like the white was a little bit too stark for the fall, so I just wanted to kind of bring in some warmth. And I had given a little bit more attention here to the stems, but then I ultimately decided to cover that up with some jute cord, so you'll see that in just a little bit. So I'm going ahead and applying my Hello Fall to the one pumpkin. I'll burnish that and get that on secured, and then my pumpkin spice makes everything nice. I love that. I think that's so sweet. So now on the opposite side, I'm going to go ahead and come in and apply my fabric using Mod Podge. This is the matte Mod Podge. It probably doesn't matter which Mod Podge you use for this, because it's going to be, you know, the fabric over top of it. So just making sure I get that all nice and secured. And did I go over it with Mod Podge again? I'm trying to remember, you guys. My memory is terrible. I did. So if you don't want it to be shiny, you probably do want to come back in with the matte Mod Podge. You certainly could go over it with a glossy Mod Podge. It would just give it a little bit more of a sheen. And now that I recall, I just wanted to make sure that it was going to still maintain that fabric kind of duller finish. And I did Mod Podge the front as well, just to seal it all in. So here I'm coming in with my jute cord that I mentioned before, and this is from Walmart. And I'm going to wrap the edges, and I'm going to go around twice to wrap the edges with the jute cord for each sign. I just wanted to have a nice finished edge, and it was going to help with the transition between the fabric on the one side and then my design on the other side. And I love these because they're reversible. So right now I've had them up on my mantle, and I can flip them back and forth if I want to. I have the words showing right now, but you could also certainly put these on a table, and then obviously they're reversible, so You would have the different designs on either side. You can mix and match them as far as having the fabric showing on one side and the words on, you know, the other. Like, I'm not making any sense right now, but basically you could show the fabric on one and the words on the other together. That's what I was trying to say. And so I don't know, it just gives you a little bit of versatility. Sorry, it's late at night when I'm doing this voiceover and my brain is a little fried. But as you can see, I'm coming back in and doing the jute cord up the stem and just making sure I've got that nice and secure. And you know, when I do stuff like this for the first time, obviously I'm just trying to figure it out. I did do it differently on the second sign, and I feel like the second time around was much easier and probably looked nicer because I had just kind of figured out a better way to do it. So I had wrapped it all the way up and then all the way back down my stem to meet up my two ends so I could tie this cute little bow. And then I like to finish off my jute cord with little knots at the ends. So isn't that sweet? I really do love these, you guys. I think they're super cute. So coming in for the second one, you can see whereas I started at the top on the first one, I'm starting at the base for the second one. And I didn't cut the jute cord as many times as I had on the first one. I started at the base, I wrapped it around, I just kept right on going. So it was one continuous strand all the way. But leave me a comment and let me know what you think of these projects. Is this something that you think you would try at home? So there I did go ahead and cut off the jute cord and I'm wrapping my stem. And because I'd gone all the way around, including the top before, it just made it a little bit easier to apply my stem this time. Tying off the knots at the ends of my little bow, and there you have it. Pumpkin spice makes everything nice. Here we go with DIY number 3. So this was my inspiration picture from Grandin Road. This is my Dollar Tree pumpkin and my napkin. This was so popular, you guys. It blew me away at how much you all enjoyed this project. So here we go with it again. So I thought I was going to use that folk art paint. Actually, I think I definitely did on the stem. I was trying to remember. I know I've had some mishaps with gold paint before, but I don't think this was the one. Like I said, my memory is failing me. So the folk art gold paint, acrylic paint, I painted the stem with that. I had used my Adirondack white for the base of the pumpkin, and now I'm just pulling my napkin apart. And you can do this with any kind of napkin. You just want to make sure that if it's a 3-ply or even a 2-ply, you just pull all the pieces apart. So now I am using a brush with just some water and tracing around the area where I want to cut out my pieces. It just makes it easier. This time I am using the gloss Mod Podge because I do want my pumpkin to be a little shiny. So I'm going to come in with some Mod Podge, and then I'm going to apply my little leaves and then coat the leaves again with some Mod Podge. And I do recommend tearing the napkin like I was doing before as opposed to cutting the napkin out, because when you tear it you get softer edges, and so it's less apparent that it's something that's been Mod Podged onto your surface. When you cut it, it tends to have a very distinct edge around each of your little pieces that you're Mod Podging. So that's just a trick that I picked up somewhere at some point. So I'm just going around the pumpkin. There's not really a rhyme or reason to what I'm doing as far as where I'm placing the various leaves. I'm just doing what looks nice to my eye. And you can put on as little or as much as you'd like. And like I said, I used these green leaves because I was going with my inspiration shot. By the way, I think that was like a $70 pumpkin or something that they wanted for that. So I was happy with my dollar pumpkin and my little napkin in my Mod Podge. So I thought it came out really super cute. So here is everything that I did for these first few projects. And there you have the pumpkins flipped around. So here we go with DIY number 4. So for this we are using a Dollar Tree calendar, and I'm going to be using some of the little miniature pictures on the back, as well as some tumbling tower blocks from Dollar Tree, some magnets from Dollar Tree, and my Gorilla Glue. I have a link to Unicorn Dust Designs in my description box because I totally stole this idea from Sammy because I absolutely loved it and had to try it. So I cut out the designs that I wanted to use. I'm gluing my tumbling tower blocks together, some wood glue for that long-term bond, and the hot glue for that immediate hold so that we can keep working with our project. If you're just doing this at home, you can totally just go with the wood glue, and Elmer's would probably work as well. I just use the hot glue to help keep my project moving along for filming purposes, and because I have no patience. But anyway, I'm using Mod Podge. This is just regular matte Mod Podge to secure my designs to my tumbling tower blocks, and look how cute they are already, you guys. So then I came in with some jute cord, and I'm just gonna wrap that around the tumbling tower block edge just behind the image. Now these images were a little tiny bit too large for my tumbling tower blocks, so the jute cord just helped to finish it off without any kind of overlap. I did have somebody suggest to me that I could have sanded it off, but if I were to do that in this instance, it would have taken away some of the words, so I chose not to. So to cover up my little seam at the top, I just tied a little knot and glued that on. I had tried to come up with a little bow at first, but it was just too heavy for this tiny little thing. So I glued on my magnet, and that was all I needed to do. So I've zoomed in here so you can see a little bit closer up what I was doing. Started at the top in the center and worked my way around on all 4 sides, and then I did trim it at the top, and then I started over again for my second row. I just wanted everything to sit really nice and flat on top, and I knew I was going to be covering up that seam anyway, so that's why I went ahead and decided to clip it here, and I did the same thing on all 4 of these. So secured that down, and then I started right behind that row with my second row of jute cord, and this jute cord is from Walmart, by the way. And so I just went right around for my second row, and then went ahead and did another little knot at the top with a separate little piece of the jute cord. So there you are. I just tied a simple little knot, trimmed it down until it was the way that I wanted it, and then I just secured it with some hot glue at the top of my piece. And here they are, all 4 of them all done. You could do as many of these as you want. They are super, super cute. I love them. So here we go with DIY number 5. So for this, I had thrifted some items. These are from the Goodwill. You can see I got this for 99 cents. It was like a pottery piece. And this one had, again, 99 cents. It just had a shape to it that made me think of a pumpkin. And so I was like, this is perfect. So I'm using my home decor chalk paint, and that is sheepskin. And then I'm using my Waverly chalk paint and celery for this. So I'm just going to get everything nice and cleaned up. Get my stickers off. I'll give it all a good wipe down. I've got my little baby wipes there that I love to use for my projects, just to keep things clean. And I also use it for wrapping up my paintbrushes. That was a trick that I learned from Heidi Somble. Just if you are going to be reusing a paintbrush and you're just waiting for coats of paint to dry, for instance, you can wrap up your paintbrushes in a little baby wipe and it keeps it nice and moist until you are ready to put on your next coat. I just thought that was a neat trick. Otherwise, you can always wrap it up in cellophane. That's another thing that I've done in the past, is just use cellophane. So here I'm coming in with the sheepskin chalk paint. I love this color, you guys. It's a really nice cream color. And this is by Folk Art. It's their home decor chalk paint. Here you go. I'm wrapping up my paintbrush, as I was talking about. So I'm going to let that dry. And while that's drying, I'm going to use the celery on my little, well, I'm just going to call it a pumpkin because that's what I've decided that it is, or a gourd. I guess it could be considered a gourd since I'm painting it green. And I ended up giving each of these pieces, I believe it was 3 coats total. And of course I used my heat gun in between because no patience for waiting for paint to dry. But once those were all covered the way that I wanted, I thought maybe I would come in with a little trim at the bottom of this, and quickly decided that I didn't like it. So I was kind of like, let's get rid of that, and we'll just cover it back up with the sheepskin again. I just wasn't a fan. I thought I might like a nice little edge on it to match what is going to be the top, but I don't know, it was feeling very 80s to me. I grew up in the 80s, and it was just reminding me of my mom's false craft pattern that she had for some reason, I don't know. But I did decide to come in with the sheepskin on the celery and just do some dry brushing on that to give that a little bit more texture and interest. So that's what I did there, and that helped to tie the pieces together really nicely. So now I'm coming in with this ribbon. It's definitely not a burlap, but it makes me think of that for some reason. It's got a lot of gold running through it. This is a ribbon I'd gotten from Costco last Christmas, or maybe a couple of Christmases ago. I just love the Costco ribbon. I think it's such a great deal. You get 30 yards for something like $7. It's amazing. So if you have a Costco or a Sam's Club or a BJ's, I think they all probably carry ribbon around this time of year, so be on the lookout for it because it's usually a really good deal, and they've got really nice ribbon. So there's my little ribbon. I love this piece, absolutely in love with it. And so I've got my little pedestal, my little pumpkin, and I'll be putting some flowers in it that you'll see in the little ensemble that I'll show you in a little bit. So here we go with DIY number 6. So this is my inspiration picture. These I found at Hobby Lobby. I don't know how much they were, so sorry, I didn't remember to look at that. But I'm gonna use a Dollar Tree pumpkin and some hula skirts. I'll be using hot glue. There you go, my hot glue. I was a little optimistic showing you 3 pumpkins. I ended up only doing 1 because it ended up taking a lot more time than I had anticipated. But essentially I'm sectioning off pieces of the hula skirt and I am braiding that to start. So I've got 6 strands and I'm using 2 strands in each of my 3 strands for the braid. Hopefully that's making sense, but you can see what I'm doing here. And I'm just gonna braid that all the way down. And then once I have it braided, I pull it off of the twine that it's attached to, and I just hot glue that. And I had hot glued the bottom when I was done braiding it as well, just to hold it in place. So that's what it looks like once it's all done. And here are all my strands. And then I'm just gonna cut off the ends at the bottom of each of my braids just to tidy that up a little bit. So once that's ready to go, now, if you do this project, you guys, you're gonna wanna paint the pumpkin first. I had every intention of painting my pumpkin first. Here I'm just taking off the stem, and that little sucker was stuck. So I ended up using my pliers, I'm pretty sure, no, actually those were my wire cutters that I used instead of pliers. But anyway, I finally got that stem out of there, and I meant to paint this before I started in with my raffia or hula skirt or whatever you want to call this. But I was so excited to get started on it that I just completely had a brain hiccup and dove right in. And I had several of these strands on here when I realized, you wanted to paint that, but yeah, live and learn, right? So if you try this, just make sure you paint the pumpkin first. So I was trying to figure out the best way of doing this. At first I thought, I would just leave all the strands on to see how to set them down once I had them all on, but it just wasn't, they were getting in the way. So I went ahead and trimmed those off. And that was where I realized, you silly, you were supposed to paint this first. I don't know if you saw me pause and look at it for a second. And I was like, well, you know what, let me try and keep going. Maybe I can get it so that the raffia is tight enough next to itself that it won't show with the orange. So yeah, no, I should have quit while I was ahead and gone ahead and painted the pumpkin at that point, because at the point where I finally realized I need to do it, it just became a much bigger challenge. So do yourself a favor and paint the pumpkin first. So as things started tightening up, I was just cutting the braids at a little bit of an angle. And what was neat about the raffia was that it wasn't just unraveling. For the most part, it was staying braided the way that I had set it. So that was very helpful in doing this. I'm just cutting off the ends, tucking them in where they will fit, just kind of lining them up in there and then gluing them down with the hot glue. So here I'm trying to press it all together, and I'm taking a look at it and trying to decide, I was like, nope, I need to paint it. I didn't put you through the torment of watching me paint this thing, because I was like moving the little braids around and trying to paint in between. So it's just a much cleaner look having the pumpkin, this nice neutral cream color behind the raffia rather than having that orange peeking out. So I'm just going to keep going around and getting my raffia or hula skirt, whatever you want to call it. I think it's the same material that's used. I think that the hula skirts are made with raffia. I could be mistaken, but it seems like raffia to me. So I just kept going around until I got it all filled in. So now you could leave it like this, and I think this is actually really pretty even just as it is. So I guess I have a couple more strands I'm going to fit in there. But because my inspiration picture had those twigs going around it, I did end up doing some twigs of my own as well. And I don't know, I thought I was kind of clever with how I did that, but give me a second and I'll show you exactly what I did. But like I said, you could leave it like that if you so choose. Oh, and here I'm picking out a stem. So these are from the Dollar Tree. These are the little birch wood stems. I think they are adorable. I love them. I was so excited when I found them at my Dollar Tree. So just securing that on with some hot glue. And again, you could leave it like that, but I decided to use this broomstick that I'd gotten last year. It used to smell like cinnamon, and it's kind of pretty much lost its scent. So I figured I would just pull it apart and use pieces of this to create the twig look that's going around the pumpkin like we saw in the inspiration picture. So now I'm just testing out how bendable or pliable this is, and parts of this are much more pliable than others. So I just had to really play with it, and then trying to figure out how best to attach it. So I was using hot glue, and then ultimately I realized that if I were to push it down into the pumpkin, because this is a carvable pumpkin, so you can see now I'm using a skewer to create a hole in which I can stick the ends of my twigs. It was just helping it to stay that much better. So just using my skewer to create that hole, cutting off, I'm using my wire cutters, my floral wire cutters, to trim off the twigs, and then just tucking that in, and then I do secure it with more hot glue. And I'm just kind of trimming that up because it was kind of sticking out here and there. So I made a really big mess doing this, you guys, but it was fun. So leave me a comment. Would you have left it just with the braids, or do you like it with these extra elements with the twigs? What would you have done? So there you have it. Here we go with DIY number 7. So for this, I have a Dollar Tree floor mat and some stencils that I cut off of my Silhouette Cameo, and now I have them all situated on my floor mat and ready to start with the paint. So I'm coming in with, I think this was the Oatmeal. I'm pretty sure it was Oatmeal by Folk Art. It's the Home Decor chalk paint by Folk Art. And I was a little nervous when I first started painting this, you guys, because I didn't know if it was going to bleed. I didn't know if the paint was going to work on this because it is so nappy, but it was awesome. Look at the sharp edges on these letters. I was so happy with it. This mat really took some paint, you know, and I shouldn't be surprised because it is a floor mat. It's meant to be absorbent, right? But it really was very easy to work with. I was shocked really at how easy it was to work with this. So I came in with my different paint colors. Here I'm showing you the fern that I came in with, and it unfortunately wasn't dark enough. So I was trying to figure out what I was going to do because of course now I've pulled off my stencil. So I knew that I wanted to fill in my pumpkin with the orange, and as I'm painting it, I'm realizing it's really easy to keep control over where you're putting your paint on this. So I figured, okay, well, I've had a good time painting the pumpkin. I'm going to try it just going over my lines with my Irish chalk paint, and it was so super easy, you guys. I highly encourage you to try this. It was really an easy project in the end, and you can use whatever stencil you have. And here it is all finished. So here we go with DIY number 8. So I have my gold Sharpie paint pen again, another Dollar Tree pumpkin. I've got my sheepskin chalk paint from Home Decor. This is Imperial Red. And then I have my, I'm trying to remember, I think that was either black or Java. You guys, I'm trying to remember what project this was. I think I'm losing my mind. It's so late. Okay, so what are we doing? What are we making? All right, so I'm coming in with my sheepskin chalk paint and giving this a nice coat all over. Oh, I know what I was doing. This is my Mackenzie Childs project. And I couldn't remember. What her name was originally, or what the designer's name was originally. So I'm coming in with my gold paint marker, and I am going to be drawing a grid here. And that was black chalk paint that I showed you before, but I ended up not using black. I ended up using Java instead, because I wanted to create a burgundy color to use for my checker pattern on this. And I decided that the chocolate brown, the Java color, was going to help me get there with the red a little bit better than adding black. And there you go, Mackenzie Childs. I pulled this from my other video, you guys, and I don't know how to remove that. So it was, I hadn't been able to remember what the name was when I first did this video. So then I remembered what it was, and yeah. So I am just creating my pattern on this. I did have somebody ask me if you need an odd or an even number of bumps, if you will, or, you know, to make your checkered pattern, and it is an even number that you need. So you want an even number, and I was just double checking myself there to make sure that I had what I needed. So here I'm showing you putting the black aside, pulling out the Java. I'm going to mix together my red with a little bit of the brown and create the burgundy color that I'm hoping for. I want to just thank all of you for watching and continuing to support me and my channel. I just absolutely adore you guys. I love interacting with you. I appreciate all of the comments. I do my best to respond to every single comment that you guys make, you know, on the videos. And just also want to remind you that if you create any of these projects and if you'd like to send them my way, feel free to email me at craftedbycorie@gmail.com, and because I love seeing what you make, and it actually inspires me as well, and it makes my day when I see something pop up in my inbox with one of your projects. You can also share it with me on Instagram. Just tag me on Instagram, also craftedbycorie. And if you'd like for me to share your project in an upcoming video, just give me that permission. Let me know that that's what you'd like me to do. You don't have to. If you're not comfortable having me share it and you just want to share it with me for my eyes only, that's fine too. But do make sure that you give me permission if you'd like for me to share it, and just explicitly let me know that you would like for me to share it, because I'm not comfortable putting your work out there unless I have your permission. So I will not put your work out there unless you explicitly tell me, hey, yes, please go ahead and share this. I would love for you to share it. So here we are with the checker pattern starting to come together, and there it is once it's all done. So now I'm going to come in back with the gold paint marker again, and I'm going to outline all of my checkers. But please do leave me a comment and let me know what you think of the videos, and let me know if there's something that you'd like to see that I haven't done yet. I'm always up for a good challenge. And here's another idea. If you have something that you come across that's an inspiration photo for you and you'd like to see me try to dupe that, email me that and I will be more than happy to give it a go and come up with a way to make it on a budget. Because I love that challenge of seeing something really, really pretty, especially something that's high end and expensive, and recreating it for, you know, dollars or pennies. Okay, so I'm going to be using another one of those little birch wood pieces for my stem. I'm going to hot glue that down. And then I'm going to be using this checkerboard, oh my goodness, you guys, I need to go to sleep. This buffalo check ribbon, and I'm just going to tie a simple knot. I'm sorry that I'm off screen there, but just a simple knot, tying that around, and then I'm going to dovetail my ends. So just folding the ribbon in half and cutting it at an angle. And that's what they call dovetailing. It just makes the ends nice and pretty. And that's it. Give me a big thumbs up if you like it. All right, here we go with DIY number 9. So for this one, using my sheepskin chalk paint again, I have a few pumpkins from the Dollar Tree, different shapes and sizes. Then I also have a thrifted, I don't know what this was, it might have been a candle holder, I'm not sure, maybe it's based to a hurricane. And then a Dollar Tree little vase and some scraps from some paint sticks that I had cut before. And then I'm going to be using some Dollar Tree picks, floral picks. So I'm just setting in the little scrap pieces of paint sticks because I wanted to have a solid base for that little glass vase to sit on. It fits in this base piece, but not quite as solidly as I wanted. So I just wanted to have a real nice solid base for it to sit on so it wasn't going to move at all. So I'm gonna go ahead and paint my Dollar Tree pumpkin. This is the carvable pumpkin. Painting that with the sheepskin. And I think I gave this 2 coats of chalk paint, if I'm not mistaken. Just wanted to have a nice solid coverage on it. Of course, I used my heat gun in between because, again, no patience. I did set it aside to let it dry and then went ahead and painted one of the other pumpkins. Now I'm going to be using my pumpkin chalk paint, and of course I just painted the other 2 pumpkins cream, and now I'm painting the cream pumpkin orange. Yeah, it's just the way that I wanted everything, and I wanted these in a certain order, so it's just the way things work sometimes. Using my heat gun. So I had secured my little vase to my base. I think I missed showing you that, but I just secured it with a lot of hot glue, and now I'm coming in and painting it with the Java chalk paint, which is like a nice rich chocolate brown color. Looking at that is making me want a piece of chocolate. So coming in and just making sure that that's nice and covered, and there it is once I have both coats of chalk paint on there. So now I'm going to take my pumpkins, everything is now dry, and what's nice about those ceramic pumpkins is they've got holes in the bottoms of them. So I did get this idea from Olivia's Romantic Home. She has a fantastic channel. If you have not already checked her out, I highly recommend it. So I am using a skewer to help put my pumpkin in there. I've got the floral foam down in the bottom, and then I will just drop my pumpkin in there with the skewer just to get it solid in there. I did not secure the floral foam. I just chose not to. I'm not really sure why I chose not to. Maybe I was thinking I might be able to use the base for another season at some point. I'm not really sure, but I didn't. So now I'm coming in with all of my Dollar Tree picks. I am cutting them down into pieces because I find them easier to work with that way, and I can kind of place them a little bit more the way that I want them by doing that. You will see every single time practically that I use any kind of a pick, whether it be from Dollar Tree, from the Hobby Lobby, whatever, I'm always pulling these things apart, you guys. It is rare that I use it in its original form all in one piece. Maybe if I'm doing a flower arrangement in a vase, then maybe I would use the pick in its entirety without pulling it apart, but generally when crafting, I'm pulling those puppies apart and just placing them in the way that I want them. Again, this is not difficult. Anybody can do this. I'm literally just tucking these in under the pumpkin and into the floral foam that's sitting in our base. And I'm just going around and tucking things in that are pleasing to my eye. So now I'm taking my second pumpkin and I'm using some hot glue. I'm sorry it's out of frame. And just securing that, putting the little hole over the stem and doing that again with that third pumpkin. And there we've got our little topiary. So I decided I wanted to just have a little bow around the base. I'm sorry, you can't really see what I'm doing, but I literally just wrapped it around the base and tied a bow and just secured it a little bit with some hot glue. So there you can see it. Let me know what you think. And here it is on my table. You can see all the projects that we just worked on. So there's the little pumpkin with the flower arrangement in it on its little pedestal. I love that piece, you guys. The little braided pumpkin is there as well. Super sweet. Got the topiary. Here's our Mackenzie Childs inspired pumpkin. And you can also see the chargers on the table there as well. Oh, and the runner, the table runner. There are also some other projects that are going to be coming up. So here we go with DIY number 10. So for this, using some hot glue, using my Gorilla wood glue, also using some vases from the Dollar Tree or candle holders. I'm not sure what they are, to be honest, but they're gonna be candle holders for this. Also using 3 of these mini crates from the Dollar Tree. These are little, they call them dessert thingies. I think they're like double shot glasses. They come in a pack of 6 from the Dollar Tree as well. And then my wax from Bear in dark, as well as a bunch of Dollar Tree picks and some floral foam. That was also from the Dollar Tree. And I really wanted to show you the floral foam for some reason, not sure why. So I'm starting out with my little crates, and I apologize for the lighting on this, you guys. I don't know what happened. It does not last for very long with that strobe effect, so it'll get better really quick, I promise. But I started out by gluing together my 3 little crates using the wood glue for that permanent long-term bond, and then also a little bit of hot glue just for that quick hold so that we can go ahead and keep on working on the projects without having to wait for the wood glue to dry. So once those were all attached, I came in with my Bear wax in dark, and then my little Kleenex hand towel that I love to use for my projects, as you know. and just giving that a good coating, and then I'll wipe down. I did the bottom as well, you know, because I have to have everything covered. I did not worry about the inside because nobody's going to see that. So the Gorilla Glue, regular Gorilla Glue, I'm now using on the bottom of that little double shot glass, and I'm going to glue this again with some hot glue for that quick hold to the bottom of one of my little vases slash candle holders. These are going to be candle holders. Now I'm using my old kitchen knife that is now part of my crafting tool arsenal to cut down the floral foam so that it'll fit into the little crates. Just positioning that where I want it. And it's also going to serve as a little stand for the other two candle holders. I wanted to have a difference in height, which is why I did the center one the way I did with that double shot glass. It just helped that to stand a little bit taller than the two on the sides. So you've got a little bit more height in the middle. So now I am securing the floral foam down to the base of the box. And I'm putting it on the base of the box thinking that it might melt the foam a little bit less if it has a second to cool before I stuck the foam on there, as opposed to putting it directly onto the foam. Not sure if that's valid or not, but I don't know. In my mind, I felt like it would work better, so that's what I did. And also securing the two candle holders now to the floral foam as well, once I get the foam in there. So securing that one, maybe, yep. Then I forgot to secure the middle one to the base of the box, and so I'm about to show you, and then I'm going to be like, oh yeah, I'm like, oops, I need to secure that one too. So just securing that with some hot glue as well. And just making sure everything is centered. So now you can see everything is good to go, and you can see the difference in the height there. So now I'm going to come in with my Dollar Tree picks. Here I go, cutting them all apart again, just like I told you I would. So just making sure that the stems are long enough to be able to place where I want them, but not so long that they become an issue when I try to get them into this little crate or these little crates. And I'm just coming in with various colors. Again, just wanting to make it pleasing to the eye. And this is such a versatile project, you guys. You can do it for any holiday, any season. I am not hot gluing any of these in, so I could pull this all apart come the winter holidays. If you celebrate Hanukkah, you could pull this all apart and do it with blues and whites and silvers, and it would be absolutely gorgeous. For Christmas time, you could do greenery, you could do, you know, the typical red and green with berries and things of that nature, or you could do that frosty blue color that I absolutely love with whites and just make it look snowy and pretty, and looking forward to the winter holidays. But here you go, this is what I came up with. And here it is on my counter with some candles in it. Give me a big thumbs up and let me know what you think. So here we go with DIY number 11. So for this one, we are going to be using a whole bunch of Manila rope. Yes, I remembered because I kept wanting to call it Milan rope. And again, I pulled this from a past video, so I didn't know how to get rid of those words. But yes, it is Manila rope. So I'm taking 3 long strands, I believe they were 9 feet each, and I'm braiding these. And these are going to serve as the base for a garland that we are going to put together. Knotting the bottom of it when I get to the end of my braid. And then I wanted to show you, I mentioned the Costco ribbon before, you guys. This is Costco ribbon that I picked up, gosh, right before I did this project. So maybe a month ago, but the ribbon is definitely out right now for the holidays, gearing up. And 30 feet, you guys, for $6.99. Here, I'm going to show you. Not feet, sorry, 30 yards. No, oh my gosh, 50 yards. 50 yards, not even 30 yards. It's 50 yards. I think 30 yards is what you get at Hobby Lobby. But 50 yards for $6.99. You can't beat that. It's awesome. And I love their ribbon. So now I'm showing you the various picks that I'm using for my garland. Some of these are from Dollar Tree. A lot of them I picked up at Joann's. And here I go, cutting them all down into pieces again. So I basically find my center, which is up at the top near my hand. Right where my hand is actually the center there. And I'm going to make it symmetrical. So whatever I do on the left, I'm also going to do on the right. So I'm just going to work my way down. And I'm not making it super full. You certainly can make this much more full if you choose to, but I know that I have a relatively narrow mantle and I was trying to be cognizant of that. So I figured I would do it just enough to cover up my base with the Milan rope, and I could always add more in later once I had it on the mantle if I decided it needed more. And I found actually it was perfect. I was very happy with it. So it doesn't take a lot for this to get filled out. So now I'm creating my bow, and I believe I had 6 loops on either side, you guys. So you just wrap this around and around and around on itself, and then I used a chenille stem to secure it in the middle. Chenille stem, pipe cleaner, whatever you want to call it. I just used a neutral color. I have a whole bunch of these from the days when I was wreath happy. I used to make a ton of wreaths, and so I had all kinds of pipe cleaners. So using a second ribbon color that it's this really pretty sparkly rose gold color to complement my little neutral plaid, and I'm just loving this. So after I did the bow, I came in to create tails that I'm actually going to run down the length of the garland, and I'm just going to be tucking it in here and there. I did end up using wire for this, and I'm sorry if it's hard to see. It was challenging to get this at an angle where you could see what I was doing. But you can see the wire that I have there in front of me, just between my hands there. But just it was cutting off little pieces of wire and then securing them almost like twist ties, if you will, to the garland. And here it is on my mantle before I decorated around it. And here it is with some of the other decor. So here we go with DIY number 12. So we're going to be using another one of these witch's brooms for this project. And essentially I am going to cut off the handle of the broomstick. So I just used my wire cutters to do this and to trim that all off. So now I'm also going to trim the bottom. I wanted to be kind of a feather shape. I had seen something at Joann's that inspired me to create this. I was looking at it, I'm like, oh, that's really pretty. I'm like, I bet I can make something like that. So that was what inspired the shape. And these flowers are also from Joann's. I had gotten them, I want to say it was 40% off that day. I'm just cutting them apart as per usual. I had decided where I wanted them, and now I'm coming back in with my hot glue, and I'm going to tuck them in and just secure them all down. For this, it was necessary to use the hot glue because they were not going to stay just tucked in. They needed that glue to hold them in. So now I'm coming in with a different type of flower. I'm just layering things on to give it more interest and dimension, and I feel like I say texture all the time, but I really don't have another way of describing what I'm doing. But you don't want it to all be, well, I suppose you could have it all uniform. It would be very pretty, but it just makes it more interesting to give it a little bit a variation with the flowers and with the colors. And these are all neutral tones that complement each other, but they're all slightly different, right? And so it just enhances what you're doing. So I'm coming in now with these sprays of other flowers, and I think I had these left over from Hobby Lobby from a couple of years ago. These were already in my stash. And this is just coming in around the outer edge and creating more, what is the word I'm looking for? Volume. Volume's not quite the word I'm looking for, but I just wanted to broaden it a little bit. Now I was feeling like it was looking too bridal, so I wanted to come in with a little bit more of the fall color tones. So I brought in some of these other flowers that I think I did get these from Joann's. Sorry, you guys, I'm having trouble remembering where I got what at this point, but usually I've picked things up at either Dollar Tree, Joann's, Hobby Lobby, or Michael's. Those are my 4 spots. Oh yeah, apparently I had been calling it something. I don't know. I was talking about something, and apparently I meant to call it garlands. Oh, I think I had been talking about how expensive the garlands tend to be. I've seen them for sale for like $130, and I'm referring to the garland that I created before that was on the fireplace mantle. Yeah, just crazy expensive, and you can do it for so much less if you have the inclination to do that. So making my bow again, I'm doing this very similarly, but instead of doing the ribbons apart, I brought the ribbons together. Here I'm dovetailing my edges. I had just wrapped them around and around and around, basically a big loop, you know, just wrapping it around itself, secured it in the middle with my chenille stem, and then pulled my little loops out to create the bow. So now I'm creating tails for the bow. I basically just cut 2 lengths of the ribbon, and I'm tying it around the center over the top of the chenille stem. And I'm making sure that that chenille stem or pipe cleaner is straddling it, because I'm going to use that to secure it to the broomstick. So you can see me sticking in the ends of the pipe cleaner there. And I'll just twist it off at the back, and then also create a hanger with those little ends. So I'll create a loop. I'm twisting it off, and then I'm going to connect the ends together and twist those together to create a loop that will serve as my hanger. I know it's hard to see what I'm doing there, but hopefully what I'm saying makes sense. And then I'm going to fluff up my bow and get that the way that I like it. And then the ends I will place and tuck in where I want those as well. But first I'm going to dovetail those. And again, you just fold your ribbon in half and you cut it on an angle. So lower on the creased side and higher on the wire edge side. And that makes your little dovetail. And I will end up going back in and securing the ribbon where I place it with just a little teeny touch of hot glue, just so that it doesn't move on me, because it's already moving for me here. And here it is on my front door, and I absolutely love this piece, you guys. This is one of my favorite projects so far, I think. I just love this. It looks so high-end and pretty. And I think it costs maybe $12 to make. So here we go with DIY number 13. Okay, for this one, we are using a Dollar Tree vase, some Mod Podge, doesn't matter what kind because it won't be seen. Our creepy cloth from the Dollar Tree, going to be using one table tennis ball, also from the Dollar Tree, and my Sharpie paint marker. So I got a lot of laughs with this project, especially from some of the comments. You guys made me laugh so hard. I loved it. This little guy, yeah, he was kind of weird, and some of the comparisons that you guys shared with me, it tickled me to no end. I just thought it was hysterical. So thank you for sharing your comments on that. But right now I'm just trying to figure out how on earth I'm going to use this creepy cloth. I know that I want to be making a mummy. I'm not really certain how to do it just yet. So I'm messing around with the cloth, and then I took it off, I folded it lengthwise, and then I gave it another shot. And then that seemed to do the trick. So I'm just wrapping it around and around. And it's definitely looking a little bit neater this time, and more what I had in mind when I was putting this together. And it was my daughter actually who wanted me to make this mummy. So this was inspired by Elena. So you have her to thank. So just coating everything with Mod Podge now that I know what I'm doing with the creepy cloth. And then coming back in with the creepy cloth to place it on the Mod Podge and just get that secured. And then while it is still wet, I'll just make sure that I create a little space for the eyes. So just creating a little bit of a space there. Now I'm going to take my table tennis ball and I'm going to cut it along the seam so that I'm cutting it in half. Just want to be really careful not to cut yourself if you do something like this. I was trying very hard to keep my fingers out of the way, and I was trying to cut away from myself as much as possible, so just be careful if you're going to do that. Coming in with my paint marker to make my irises? Yes, my irises, and I'm leaving the pupils white. And I'm going to tuck my eyeballs in to the creepy cloth and then just secure. Oh my gosh, somebody told me it looked like Homer Simpson, and that's all I can think of now. Oh, too funny. Or was it Bart? I forget. I don't know. Apparently it looks like one of the Simpsons, and I totally see it now. Okay, so here we go with DIY number 14. I am fresh. I took a break and went to bed. So new day here, guys, but new project using my Sharpie paint marker in black, some Dollar Tree little pots that came to 3 in a pack. I have my white fabric that I have left over from another project, some skewers. I'm pretty sure these came from Dollar Tree. And then I also have my linen white chalk paint, and I had shown you some Christmas ornaments that you can decorate yourself. Those were from Hobby Lobby, and I have them left over from a couple of years ago, I think. So I'm giving my little pots a coat of white paint and setting those aside to dry. And now I'm just using something round in this instance. I have a pizza screen that I haven't done a project with yet. So using that as kind of a guide to help me with a rough circle. It does not need to be perfect. I don't recommend doing this on a surface that you care about. I'm using my craft knife on my table, but this is an old table and it's got paint on it, it's banged up, so I'm not so worried about that, but I should probably have pulled out my cutting mat. So was just trying to get myself started on this circle and coming back in and using my scissors to cut out the rest of my round. And then I ended up cutting out 2 additional circles that were slightly larger than that one with the rest of my fabric. So now I'm taking 3 of the little ornaments and 3 of the skewers, and I'm just going to show you what I'm going to be doing to make our little ghosts. So we're going to be just draping the fabric over that. So showing you my floral foam that I had picked up from Joann's. It was 6 in the package, and I believe it was $5 for the package. So I was really happy with that deal because normally they're $1 a piece at Dollar Tree. So going to just try and figure out what size I need to cut down my foam so that it fits down in my little pots. And I'm using my old kitchen knife that I mentioned as part of my crafting arsenal now, and just cutting these little pieces of foam down to size. So I'm going to tuck those down inside the pots, and I'm going to make sure that they're tucked in really nice, and then I'm going to come back in with my hot glue and make sure that they are all in there securely. So I'm flipping my pots over. I'm going to take my skewers and just stick it right into that foam, and that's going to serve as our little base. Now, I did notice that the Dollar Tree has their plastic ornaments out just like this. These are glass, so I don't recommend using the glass ones with little kids, but you could certainly pick some up at the Dollar Tree and use the plastic ones, and then this will be a really safe project for doing with kids if you decide that you want to do this with your kids or if you have grandkids. It's a fun little project that they can get ready for Halloween. So coming in with my black Sharpie paint marker and making my faces for my ghosts. The paint did go through my fabric onto the ornament, so if you want to be a little bit cleaner with it than I was, I would recommend putting something under the fabric as you draw the face. I did it this way because I wanted to make sure that the face was where I wanted it to land on the ornament while it was put together. Hopefully that makes sense. But you could certainly slip a little something underneath the fabric, a piece of paper or something of that nature, to protect the ornament. I just went back in with some rubbing alcohol and cleaned off the paint. It came right off with the rubbing alcohol. So that was how I fixed my little faux pas. And then this is the one that was a little bit shorter or smaller circle than the others. So I wanted to just cut down my skewer, and I knew all along that I was going to do this. I just wanted to wait until I had it the way I wanted it before I decided to cut that down to size. So now I've got 3 little ghosts, and they are a little complimentary set, and I love that they're different heights. So here we go with DIY number 15. So for this, we're using a Dollar Tree little round vase, also some napkins. I think I picked these up from the Dollar Tree, although I couldn't swear to it, and then some Mod Podge. So similar to what we did on the pumpkin, we are going to be Mod Podging these sunflowers onto the vase, and it's going to make a really pretty candle holder. So I'm coming in with my little paintbrush with just water on it, and I'm going around the designs where I want to be cutting. So this, I don't think I went into this before, but this helps you with ripping the napkin where you want to rip it. Just wetting it a little bit around the edges gives you the control to tear it where you want it to tear. So coming in with my Mod Podge, I am using the matte Mod Podge for this because I wanted it to have less of a glossy sheen. So that's what I've chosen to use. You can certainly use a gloss Mod Podge if you choose, but coming back over it with the Mod Podge over top, and because this is curved, I am going to need to snip my napkin. So I'm just trying to decide how I want it to overlap itself, and I'm going to come in with my scissors and just clip it and then lay that down. See how I put it down underneath the one side, and then I'm bringing the other side down over top of that, just using a healthy amount of Mod Podge to help me get that laid down nicely. And if you get little wrinkles in your napkin, you guys, it is not the end of the world. I just do my best to get things to lay as flat as possible. It's not always perfect, and depending on the design that you're using, sometimes it's a lot less evident than others. So you just do your best and just try to lay it down as flat as possible, but understand that you may get a little wrinkle here or there. So I'm just going to keep going around my vase and applying additional flowers in the pattern that makes me happy, that looks pleasing to my eye. And there you go, it's still wet, so you can see a lot of the white. That'll all dry clear, but it's coming together nicely. So once I have everything applied the way I want it, I am going to come back in with another coat of Mod Podge to seal it all in. If you wanted to be a little extra, once it dries, you can come through and sand it and then do another coat of Mod Podge. It just all depends on what you would like to do. So here we go with DIY number 16. So for this, I'm using some more of that burlap that we used earlier. I also have some more white fabric left over. And I'm showing you some needles that I picked up. At first I thought I might sew some of this, but then I opted not to. But those are doll making needles that I was just showing you. And then I've got some fiber fill and a Dollar Tree placemat. That red circle is a placemat. I also have my little buttons there that I didn't hold up and show you, but those are from the Dollar Tree. So I've folded my fabric in half and I'm just cutting it along the bottom there. So I've got two pieces and I'm showing you that I'm gonna cut an oval shape. So really just the shape of a face, if you will, a rough outline of a face. So once I had the one side cut, I folded it over in half so that I could cut it the same way on the other side, and that's just going to help it be symmetrical. So now I've folded down everything, folded down that edge, excuse me, and I'm going to come around and hot glue everything but that bottom edge that I had folded over. I want to leave one side open so you can see I'm turning it right side out. And you could sew this, you totally could sew this. I had recently done pillows with hot glue and they worked out really well, so I figured why not? I'm not gonna drag out my sewing machine, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. So I've stuffed it and now I'm gonna come back in with some of my burlap to cover this. And I had thought about just starting with the burlap, but then I decided that the fiber fill would probably not be covered sufficiently because this burlap does have rather large holes, if you will. It's not a really tight weave on this burlap. So because the weave is a little bit loose, I figured it would be better to start with a regular fabric and then come back in with the burlap. If you have burlap that's got a tighter weave on it, you could certainly skip that first step and go right to the burlap. So I am tying down what will be at the top, and then I am going to fasten the bottom as well. And I had just attached the burlap to the back with some hot glue. You probably saw that as well. So for the neck area, I'm just using some of this Dollar Tree twine that is wired. And now I'm coming out with my buttons. I'm looking for some that might look like eyes. I settled on the blue ones. So gluing those down with my hot glue. If you don't have a hot glue gun, you could certainly use Elmer's or regular school glue. And now I'm coming back in with a whole bunch of little red buttons that I'm going to use for my mouth. So as you can see, we're putting together a scarecrow. He's coming together nicely. So now I'm going to be using some black sticky felt. This is self-adhesive felt, so it's got a sticky background on it. So cut out a little triangle for the nose, and I'm sticking that on. And I am going to come back in with some extra hot glue just to make sure that's on. But I was looking at his eyes, and I was like, maybe I'll put these little white buttons on there just to give his eyes a little bit more something. I don't know. I thought it'd be cute, so that's what I did. So extra little white buttons on the eyes, and then re-securing his nose a little bit more. He's looking dapper. So now I am going to make him a hat. And as I had explained when I first did this project, if I had had regular black felt, I might have tried to make a hat out of that, but I did not have just plain black felt. So that is why I went with the Dollar Tree placemat, and I'm just undoing it sufficiently until I get it to the width that I want the hat to be, and then I'll come back in and start reconstructing it. So I'm just going to set it down and use my hot glue to start bringing it around and having that edge just stand up on the top of what will be the top of the hat. And so I'll just keep coming around and around with my hot glue and just build up that part of the hat. And I still don't know what that part of the hat is called. If you know what the name of that part of the hat is called, leave me a comment and tell me, because I have absolutely no idea. I know what the brim of the hat is called, but I don't know what this part of the hat is called, and it must have a name. So once I get it as tall as I think I want it for the hat, I twist it again just slightly, and I start building out my brim. So I never cut this. I just kept twisting it or manipulating it the way that I wanted it to be to build the hat the way that I wanted it. And it was looking to me a little bit like a cowboy hat because it definitely wasn't perfectly round, but I thought it was cute the way that it was coming out. And I figured, you know, it's not your typical scarecrow hat, but I figure, you know, farmers use what they have when they build their scarecrows, so I was okay with it being different. I was thinking of maybe a straw hat, right? But mine just happens to be red. So now I decided I wanted him to be able to stand up on his own. So I'm using these little glass pebbles. These are also from the Dollar Tree, and I'm using an old tin can. It was some sort of soup can or tomato can, I'm not sure. And undoing his neck, I'm gonna slide him right down just like that over the can. And then I'm gonna refasten the tie around his neck, and that's just going to allow him to stand up on his own. So now I'm going to go ahead and secure his hat on there, and that way he'll be good to go. And then I decided I wanted to dress up his hat a little bit, so I came in with a couple of little sunflowers. I'm going to glue those down really well. And then I also came back in with some of the greenery from those sunflowers as well. So I'm just giving it a really good dose of the hot glue so that it doesn't fall off and it's nice and secure. So then I came in with some raffia, and I'm sorry that you cannot see very well what I'm doing here. The hat obviously is in the way, but I'm just tucking some of the raffia up underneath the hat along the edge of his face, because he is a straw man, right? So there you go. You can see how I just tucked that up in there, and I use a little bit more hot glue to secure that in. And then I'm going to use more raffia at the back where I had put the burlap together. And I guess you'll get to see the rest of it in a little bit. So DIY 17, here we go. So the wreath form I'm using came from Joann's at the end of the season last year. I think I got it for like $1.50 or something. I was really excited. I have some leftover deco mesh, some new deco mesh, and then some picks from the Dollar Tree, lots of fun little stuff. And then I also had that tube mesh from the Dollar Tree as well. Got my little creepy spiders and my purple pumpkins here that I'm showing you. So this wreath, oh, and then also some sheer ribbon that had really fun glittery spider webs on it. Some more picks that I'm showing you, those came from Hobby Lobby, and I've had them for a couple of years, I think, at least 1 year. So I've got my cutting mat, my rotary cutter. Now you guys, I had gotten on this big kick of doing deco mesh wreaths a few years ago, and so I had gone ahead and invested in a lot of these tools. It definitely makes it easier. You don't have to have a rotary cutter to do this. You can use regular scissors. Don't you love my little crushed tomatoes can that is holding my glue sticks that I'm using to hold down my mesh? Because obviously it wants to curl up on me, but I'm going to use that to my advantage, and I'm just going to go ahead and let these little doodads curl up. And I believe I cut these to about 5 inches wide each. I was trying to get as much out of this leftover mesh as I could. And I ended up being able to get 5 of the green rolls out of it and then 10 of the orange. So here they are. I was just counting them up. I've got 5 green and 10 orange. So now I'm going to take my full roll of, I believe this is 10-inch deco mesh, and it's like a burlap and then a purple shiny something running through it. And I am just using these twist ties that are already attached to my wreath form to go around and secure my mesh to the form. And I'm alternating top and bottom and also skipping over every other twist tie. Hopefully that makes sense. And then I'll come back around for a second round and I'll catch all of the ones that I missed. And that's just my way of trying to help it be as full as possible without looking too uniform, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. But if you don't have a wreath form that has these twist ties already attached, you can certainly use a regular wreath form from the Dollar Tree and just use pipe cleaners or the chenille stems, whatever you want to call them. I used to do that all the time with the regular wreath forms, so you don't have to have this fancy kind with them already attached. In fact, sometimes I like doing it myself better because I can position the twist ties or the chenille stems where I want them. So sometimes on these wreaths that already have them on there, they're like too close together or they're not where I want it. So I actually sometimes like building that myself. So nothing wrong with using a regular wreath form and doing that. So here I had taken 2 orange and 1 green of my little curly thingies that I had created, and it was just too long fastening them in the middle, so I ended up taking them out of there, folding them in half again, and then securing them in the middle. And I'll be showing you again, so hopefully you'll be able to see a little bit better. So taking it, folding it in half, finding the center, and then I'm going to secure it down in the middle of all of that. And I'm just going to do that all the way around. So hopefully you can see what it is that I'm doing. So now I am taking the tube mesh, and thank you to my subscriber who let me know what this was called. The first time I was saying it reminded me of those Chinese finger traps. It made me laugh. But yes, so this is from the Dollar Tree. I have it in the green and the orange, and I was amazed, you guys, it matched the color for my deco mesh that I'd gotten, I think from Hobby Lobby or Joann's a few years ago, matched the color perfectly, like to a T. You would have thought that I had bought them together at the same time. So right there, I was trying to decide whether I was going to leave the tube mesh whole and just go around the wreath with it, or if I was going to cut it. I ultimately decided to cut it. I just was creating a big loop with it and pinching it in the middle again, and then securing that the same way that I did with the other large loops that I had done with the deco mesh. And I'm going in and securing those to all of the places where I didn't have the larger loopies. So now I'm coming in with the sheer ribbon, and I'm going to go around the wreath the same way that I did with that base. And isn't that fun with all that glitter? I don't know. I love farmhouse, you guys, but as I've said, I do like myself a little bit of bling. So things that are glittery sometimes make me very happy, even though it kind of gets all over everything sometimes. But I was happy with this, and the purple was making me happy too. So now I'm coming in with some of the picks from the Dollar Tree. These are little witches' hats. And I had a whole lot going on here, you guys. This wreath, yeah, it was a little crazy, but I figured it's Halloween, it can be a little bit crazy, right? So coming in with my pumpkins also, and right now I'm just setting things down to figure out where I want them. I wasn't securing them yet, but now I'm going to come in and start securing things now that they're where I want them. For the pumpkins, those are foam, and so I found that I could just take the little twist ties from the wreath form and twist them up and just press them right into the bottom of my little pumpkins, and they held super secure that way, so I didn't even need to use hot glue. Otherwise, usually I come in and I use my hot glue on all of this type of stuff. With the little picks with the witches' hats, I was just twisting the little chenille stems, or whatever you want to call them, that are built into the wreath form right around the base of those picks. And that worked out well. So now I'm coming in with my spider friends and just placing them around where I want them, and I will use the hot glue to secure these little guys. Okay, so I've torn apart a bunch of my little picks. As you know, I like to tear apart all my picks, and I'm building it back up again the way that I want it. And I'm sorry I'm a little bit off frame here, you guys, but I'm just kind of creating a bouquet of all of the little fun spooky stuff. So you can see how I've put it back together there. And I'm going to secure it with one of the wreath forms twisties again, and just secure it a little bit more with hot glue. And once I have that all done, just twisting that up again, making the little end of that look pretty. And then I'm just going to bring my ribbon and my curls and everything else around there so that it's nice and neat. And there you go. So here is how everything turned out. Oh, and I did come back in and put a little birdie on my Scarecrow's hat and dirty up his hat a little bit with some chalk paint, just making a little bit more rustic looking. So here we go with DIY number 18. So this was my inspiration picture, $24.99 on sale at Wayfair. Instead of family, I'm going to be using a welcome sign from the Dollar Tree. I'm also using one of the stretch canvases, also from Dollar Tree, and then a Dollar Tree leaf. Now I'm showing you the burgundy leaves, but I hadn't decided yet whether I wanted to use those or the gold ones that I also picked up. And then I've got the Waverly chalk paint in moss that I'm going to be using as well. So first thing I'm going to do is remove the canvas from the frame. I'm just going to set that aside, and then I'm going to make sure that I get all of those staples out. I am going to be reapplying the canvas to the frame on that same side, so I just want to make sure I've got everything out of the way so when I come back in with my staple gun, I'm not hitting metal and not able to secure it properly. So now I'm going to trim up the canvas so that it's the right size for applying it to that part of the frame, and so it's not going to hang over. And then I'm going to give it a good coat of the moss chalk paint. It did occur to me afterwards that I could have painted it first and then trimmed it, and it might have been a little bit easier to not be going over the edges, but I didn't think about it. So if you do this, just make it a little bit easier on yourself, and you can paint it first and then trim away all of your excess canvas. That'll just save you a little bit of time. So now I thought I was going to be using, this is where I thought I was going to be using the gold paint, and it just wasn't having it. The metal frame did not want to take this paint at all. So I gave up and I decided to come in with my pumpkin Waverly chalk paint in pumpkin. I think I just said that. So yes, pumpkin chalk paint. And I think I ended up giving this 3 coats of paint. So it definitely took better than the other paint I was using, but it did take 3 coats. So now I'm going to be using the Java chalk paint by Folk Art, and coming in, I only needed 1 coat of this, you guys. It gave really good coverage. So just painted my frame with the Java. And then I missed the video on that, but I just attached my canvas to the back, as I had talked about doing, with my staple gun. So that was once everything was dry. So now I'm coming in, and I did decide ultimately to use the gold leaf. I just felt like it was going to pop a little bit more than the burgundy one. So I'll save the burgundy leaves for another project in the future. So secured that with some hot glue, and now I have 2 little pieces of dowel that I had trimmed off to help our little welcome stand up above the leaf. So I figured out where I needed to secure the little dowel pieces so that it would straddle the leaf nicely and secure that welcome to the canvas. So using a little bit of hot glue directly on the canvas now, and placing the ends of the dowels in those little spots of the hot glue. And there you go. We've got our little 3D welcome sign. Let me know what you think. So here we go with DIY number 19. So for this project, I used a piece of 1x2 that I had picked up at the Home Depot. This was a scrap left over from another project. I have 5 arrows from the Dollar Tree. I have some long screws. I have a little piece of wood that came from a wine box from something my fiance Rich had gotten a couple of Christmases ago, and then my drill. So I just figured out where I needed to drill my holes to secure my stick. It's going to be my upright, and then drilled the holes, started out my screws, and now I'm screwing them into the bottom of my little stand. Now I didn't countersink these, I was being lazy, so I ended up adding some tumbling tower blocks with some wood glue for feet to keep it up off the floor a little bit. So I prepped my arrows, made sure I took out all those little staples, and then I came in with some watered down paint. This was a gray watered down paint that I had originally that I went back and added some Java to. And once everything was all dry, I came in with some stencils that I created from my Silhouette Cameo. You can use whatever stencil you want. You could actually hand paint this. You could use transfers. So many options here, you guys. If you don't have a vinyl cutter, do not despair. You can do whatever you want with this. So I got them laid down. I'm going to use Mod Podge to go over everything to seal them in to help avoid with bleeding. So I'm using my little makeup sponge. You guys know I love the makeup sponges. They do a great job for stenciling. After I did the Mod Podge, I'm coming in with my color. And that's one reason why I love these makeup sponges. You can trim them down to whatever size you want to work with, so you can get into some of those really tiny little places when you're stenciling. It just gives you more control over the paint. So here I'm starting to take up the vinyl, and I had some super crisp edges thanks to the Mod Podge. So I was really pleased with how this turned out. Worked really well. So just a reminder that if you would like to share one of your projects, I do shout outs on my channel. So just email me at craftedbycorie@gmail.com, or you can tag me on Instagram. I would love to see what you are working on. So I'm just coming in and embellishing my little arrows a little bit more. I'm making some corn on the cob here. I had attempted to make some apples that you can see there. They look more like cherry tomatoes, but I tried. So I've got these little doodads from another project. I'd pulled them off of some Dollar Tree signs. Actually, you saw that project a little bit earlier on this long video, but I went ahead and secured those. I gave that pumpkin a little bit of a different color, and now I'm making my little hot cider. So once I had them the way I wanted them, I went ahead and lined them up on my stand, and I'm just going to come in with 1-inch screws, and I'm going to nail them into the stand. And I only used one screw so that they could kind of be twisty and turny and adjustable if I chose to turn them a little bit here or there. And that was it. So here we go with DIY number 20. So this is my inspiration picture from Hobby Lobby, $18 for these little pumpkins. We're gonna make these for virtually free. I've got scrap wood. These are 2x4s from my garage, from other stuff that we've done. And then I had mixed together some chalk paint. I had used my pumpkin chalk paint, and then I used some Imperial Red in it, and then I think I ended up adding a little bit of yellow. I just wanted a deeper orange than the original pumpkin color. So you can use whatever orange you would like, but that was what I wanted. So I'm going to use one of these small wood planks from the Dollar Tree pack of 6. And I'm going to give it a good coat of paint with my Home Decor chalk paint in Truffle. So this is just a nice chocolate brown color. I'm giving it one good coat of paint on both sides. And the edges. You want to make sure you get the edges as well. So now I'm going to come in with my Sharpie paint marker in yellow and just getting that ready to go. And I'm trying to visualize. I'm very visual, you guys. So I'm visualizing how I want the letters to look and want to make sure that it's all going to fit and be centered on my piece. So I was just doing an air practice there, if you will. So I come in and start to write, and it's not coming out as dark or as thick, if you will, as I want it to. So I'm like, let me shake it up in a second here, and you'll see. And yeah, splattered all over all over my sign. You know, crafting stuff happens sometimes, you guys, and you just keep going. I was fortunately able to just wipe it away for the most part. You can just paint right over it if you have faux pas like that. So I was a little bit more careful from then on out, but I did end up going over my letters 2 or 3 times with my paint marker as I used it. And now my paint markers, they've been sitting on my shelf for a couple of years. It's been a while since I picked them up and used them, so that's part of it. It has nothing to do with Sharpie. So they actually are really great paint markers. Mine had just been sitting for a long time, so I was lucky that they were working at all. So came back in and just got my letters to the level that I wanted them. So there you go, pumpkins. So now I'm going to use this washi tape. This is from the Dollar Tree, and I had never used this for painter's tape before, but I had seen somebody else do it, and I thought, okay, well, I'll give it a shot. This feels like a paper tape. If I had to describe it, it feels like paper. So I wasn't too sure how this was going to work, but it actually ended up doing a really good job, you guys. So I'm trying to figure out where I want to make my stripes here. So just lining all of that up and getting it where I want it, and just really pressing it down in hopes that I won't have any bleeding. So now I'm coming in with my Imperial Red, and I'm just going to give that a couple of coats, just using a regular small paintbrush to do this. It's kind of like a flat paintbrush. And here we go, pulling it up, and sharp lines. I was really, really happy and pleasantly surprised. I wasn't sure what to expect with this type of tape, but look at that, super sharp. So now I'm coming in with my, I think it's called Summer Porch chalk paint. Yeah, Summer Porch. So it's like a nice light yellow with my little round foam brush. And just making my little polka dots all over this little guy. So there you have that. And now I'm going to be using my linen white chalk paint. I've run out of, I think I might have a little bit down in the bottom of the jar, you guys, but I'm almost completely out of my my white chalk paint from the home decor that I had. So using my Rust-Oleum linen white chalk paint, and I like this chalk paint as well. It goes on really nicely. I'm just doing my little zigzag lines. Now you could tape all of this off. I honestly just didn't feel like going to all of that effort. So I decided to do it by hand. So it's not perfect, but I was happy with it. And now I'm coming in with my tumbling tower blocks, the ones that are already that chocolate brown color, and I'm using my wood glue and a little bit of hot glue around the wood glue to just secure these on. So the wood glue is going to give that long-term bond, and the hot glue will give that immediate hold so we can keep working. I was showing you my raffia. I'm going to take a few pieces of raffia and make little bows around my stems there. So I actually just did simple bows with a few of the lengths of raffia all together, and then I'll just end up gluing those down. So you can see how I just tied the bow. I think I had 3 strands of raffia that I then folded in half and then tied. And I did that for all 3 of my little pumpkins. So just securing those with the hot glue, getting those on the stems and all set. So now I'm coming in with some greenery that I had left over, and I'm just trimming off the little stems of the leaves, and I'm going to tuck these in and secure them with some hot glue as well. Now, if you don't already, I would love it if you want to follow me on Instagram. You can find me at craftedbycorie on Instagram. And if you make one of these projects, I would love for you to go ahead and tag me. I always love seeing what you guys are working on, if it's something that I've made or otherwise. And I have no idea, just a picture. Just a picture. I'm not sure why I said just a picture. So, yeah, not sure what the just a picture was about. But craftedbycorie@gmail.com. You can email me a picture of your projects also if you'd like to have a shout out. Because as my subscribers know, if you've been watching my videos lately, I've been giving shout outs to you guys who have been sharing your work with me. I love seeing what you guys are working on. And so if you wanted a little bit of a shout out, go ahead and email me a picture and I will be happy to share your project on an upcoming video. So now I am using the twine that is wired from the Dollar Tree, and I've just made little corkscrews on either side, and I'm twisting it around my pumpkin stems and securing that down with some hot glue. Just making my little pumpkin tendrils. And I did end up just using a little bit of hot glue on the end of each of these lengths of the wired twine, because I did find that once you cut it, it starts to fray. So you're gonna wanna put a little bit of something on the ends, otherwise you're gonna have wire sticking out and might poke somebody. So just recommend putting a little bit of glue on there. So I had put some glue on there. I was out of frame because I was like blowing on it, so I wouldn't totally scald myself when I started putting my fingers on it to just secure that down and get it the way that I wanted it. So now we're just going to secure our little pumpkin sign to our center pumpkin. And again, just using a whole bunch of hot glue for that. Putting it at a little bit of an angle, just like the inspiration picture. And there you have it. Aren't they cute? I love these. These were super popular with you guys too. So thank you. Here we go with DIY number 21. This is our inspiration picture, $23.99 at Wayfair. Our give thanks always. This was also super popular with you guys. Thank you so much for all of the kind comments that you guys shared on this. I know that this has inspired some of you to actually create the project or something similar, and I love seeing your pictures. So thank you so much for sharing. I had cut these out of my my vinyl on my Silhouette Cameo, but you could certainly use stencils. You could hand letter these. You could print something off of Word and do a transfer with graphite paper or what do they call it? You know what I'm talking about. Graphite paper. It's the transfer paper. I don't know. I'm drawing a blank, you guys. But I think you know what I'm talking about. But point is, you have a lot of options. So I gave everything a good coat of the Java chalk paint, which is that chocolate brown color. And now I'm coming in with my pumpkin by Waverly right now. And I'm not making it perfect. I don't want it to be perfect. So I'm just making a little bit streaky and dry brushed, especially on the edges, because I wanted that chocolate to still be coming through. And I'm going to do it on both sides because I have the thought that I can make this reversible at some point. I have not done that yet, but I may very well at some point. So now I'm coming in with my moss chalk paint for this larger block, if you will. And then I am going to be mixing some of the Java with some of my Imperial Red to make the burgundy color for my middle block. So now I have my little stencils applied and I'm ready to go. But before I start stenciling with my final color, I'm going to come in with the base color to help avoid any bleeding. Now I forgot to do extra paint for my cranberry color, so I'm going to be using Mod Podge for that one, and this ended up being a little bit of an experiment. So I'm using my little cosmetic sponges. As you know, I love the cosmetic sponges for stenciling, and I'm just coming in really nicely with the same color paint, and then going to do the same thing on my cranberry with the Mod Podge. And I just really wanted to make sure that that was sealed nicely so that I wouldn't get bleeding when I came in with my actual paint color. So by going over it with the base color that you used, so like for instance that orange, if you have any bleeding, it's going to bleed the orange, so you're not going to see it, and that's going to seal your stencil in. So when you come back over it with your actual color, you shouldn't have the bleeding that you might otherwise get. And that is a trick that I learned from Natalie over at Designed to the Nines. She is awesome. She's got a great channel and highly recommend her if you haven't already checked her out. So now coming in with my moss, because that is what I used on that bottom block. And once I have everything sealed, I'm then going to come in with my linen white chalk paint by Rust-Oleum, and I'm going to do my actual final color stencil here. So when I was doing this, I was really curious to see how the paint color technique was going to work compared to the Mod Podge technique. So here we go to reveal it. We're going to see how it worked. And the lines were really very crisp for the most part. I had virtually no bleeding. There's a little tiny bit, but I was able to just scrape it away. So I was really happy with it. And I'm using my compass. One of my subscribers, I was calling it a protractor, you guys, in the original video. And one of my kind subscribers let me know that it's actually a compass. So I was using that because it had a really sharp point on it. I still need to look for the pin pens that Wendy from White Sparrow Living talks about using, but I haven't done that yet. So there's my give. And now we're gonna see how we did with the thanks and the Mod Podge. And I would say that it worked relatively well. I definitely had some bleeding of the Mod Podge, so it prevented my white from bleeding. But when I was pulling this up, I found that it was also lifting some of the actual letters that I wanted to be there. It was lifting them up. You saw I just fixed my little A. I was able to pull it back down off of what had lifted off and put it back down, but it kind of messed with my paint a little bit. So, and I didn't realize every single time what was happening. So I did end up having to just go back in with a tiny little paintbrush and fix some of those areas, like the bottom of my T there. You can see it was missing the little base on half of the T. And then I noticed that because the Mod Podge had leaked out, you could see it. I don't know if you can see it on the camera there, but it kind of made a little bit of a shine all around the letters. So I did decide to just go back in and Mod Podge everything afterwards, which actually turned out really well because I liked the way that it looked when it was all done. So pulling off my final stencil, and this also came out really nice and crisp with the moss. I think I only had one little spot where I had a little tiny bit of bleeding, and I was able to take care of that by just using the end of my compass and scrape that paint away a little bit. So I'm just getting all the little bits and pieces, trying to remember where the little bits and pieces are on the letters. so that I can make sure that I'm pulling them off because it was a little hard to see with the paint. So there we go. So then I do go back over and I just seal everything in with the Mod Podge, and this just gave it a nice protective coat, and it took care of that visual on the thanks sign where I had the little blobs, if you will, of a Mod Podge around all of my letters. So now you can't even tell. It looks super pretty. And that was the matte Mod Podge, you guys, but you can see it does have a little bit of a sheen to it. So now I'm going to get my blocks ready to put together. And I'm going to use my Gorilla wood glue, and I'm going to put this on the shorter of the two blocks when I'm doing this so that I know exactly how much space I have for the glue. And I'm going to use a little bit of hot glue on either end for that immediate bond. And then I'm just going to make sure that it's centered on my block. Then I'm going to do the same thing with the shortest block, put the glue on that so that when I apply it to the larger block, it's I don't have any glue like seepage or whatever. Now with the wood glue, if it does seep out a little bit, because I did put on a little too much, and so I did find that it was leaking out a little bit, that does dry clear, so you can just wipe it away, and if you have a little teeny bit of it that's still oozing out, it'll dry clear, so you don't really need to worry about that. So now I'm coming in with my buffalo check ribbon. This is from the Hobby Lobby. I'd gotten it 50% off when they were having one of their ribbon sales. And I'm going to get my sign centered and get it situated on the ribbon where I want it. And then I'm going to just tie I think I tied a knot here to begin with. Yes, tied a knot. And now I am just creating a loop with another piece of ribbon. You can see, and I'm just making sure that the bow is about the width that I want it. And I'm tying another knot, but then before I pull it tight, I'm tucking the end underneath the original knot. Hopefully that makes sense and you can tell what I'm doing. Because that way the knot ends up underneath your bow so you don't see the knot on top. And that creates our tails as well. And then I'm going to tuck the other tail underneath as well. So the knot is underneath. We've got our cute little bow. I can fluff that up, and then I am going to dovetail the ends, just making them the length that I want them. And there you have it. So DIY number 22. Okay, so for this, I've got 3 of these little wooden pumpkins from the Dollar Tree. They have different sayings on them, and they're fine, but I'm going to use my Dollar Tree sanding block to sand those down. I'm also using some Mod Podge and some paper that I got from the Hobby Lobby. So first I'm going to take care of my little signs and get all of the glitter off with my sanding block. And I'm going to do that with all 3 signs. So once that is done, I am going to take my craft paper. These were, I think, originally 69 cents a piece, but they were on sale for 25 cents or 4 for $1. So really great deal. And I'm going to trace my little pumpkin on each of the pieces of paper and get those cut out the way that I want them. So once those were all cut out, I'm going to use my Mod Podge and apply the paper to the surfaces of our little wood signs. And I would recommend giving this a really healthy coat of Mod Podge. I kind of took off more of the Mod Podge than I probably should have. I was wishing that I had left it a little bit thicker coat-wise, but live and learn, right? So hopefully you'll learn from my mistakes, and you can just apply a little bit extra Mod Podge on there. It'll just help secure the paper a little bit better. I ended up with some air bubbles in there, and so it's fine. But I do recommend using a thicker coat. So once I got those on there, I just smoothed them out. I was using my knuckles, and then eventually realized that it would probably be better to use my little burnishing tool from my Cameo, my Silhouette Cameo. So I ended up going back in and smoothing those down better. A credit card would work as well, anything like that. And then I sanded these down on the edges just to help get any overhang off, and it just helped to make it look a little bit more rustic as well, not so perfect. So there you go. And at first I had left those little bows on because I did want them on there, but I just found that they were in the way when I was trying to do what I wanted to do here. So I ended up pulling them off, and then I re-secured them a little bit later. And the neat thing about these, you guys, you can totally do something on the other side. So I did go in and Mod Podge over these. I'm not sure that this was necessary, but I guess I decided it was going to be good to seal these in. So once it was all dry, I went ahead and added my little bows back on with some hot glue. And there you have it. So DIY number 23. So for this is something my sister had given me in a whole box of goodies, and when I saw it, it looked like a mushroom to me. That was immediately what I saw when I looked at that. So I am going to paint my mushroom. This is the Imperial Red and the Java chalk paint, as well as the sheepskin. These are all by Home Decor, which is by Folk Art, and I really like their chalk paint. I like, you know what, I like all the different chalk paints that I've used. They just all have different consistencies to them. So, but I like all of them. The Home Decor is a little bit thicker than the Waverly, but the Waverly has a really nice, how do I explain it? A nice finish to it. So does the Home Decor, but it has more significant coverage, I would say. So I'm coming in with the sheepskin, and I'm doing the base of my mushroom. And I've never done anything like this before, you guys, so I'm learning as I go. And if I can do this, you can do this. So I've painted the base of my mushroom, and now I'm coming in. Oh, and you know what? I thought this was the Imperial Red, but I'm mistaken. That is not what I used. This was Salmon Coral by Home Decor. Salmon Coral. So as I'm doing this, I'm just thinking about where the light would hit it, where it would be lighter versus darker, where the shadows might be. So now I'm going to mix in some of the Java chalk paint with my Salmon Coral. And I'm going to try and get just a little bit of a deeper tone and almost make like an ombre effect going down the mushroom, for lack of a better term. And I'm sorry I'm not showing you what I'm doing. You're going to get to see it in just a second. And as I'm doing this, I'm thinking about the way that a mushroom looks underneath, and see how that's like wispy. So I always think about the underneath of a little button mushroom and all those little sections that the mushroom has. So I really wanted to try to get that effect. So that's what I'm aiming for when I'm coming through here with this paint. And then I'm just blending it. And as I've said before, you know, paint is great because you can just keep blending until you get it the way you want it. And if you get a little too much of one color, you can add in another one, and you can just paint over mistakes if you make them. So you can see here I'm coming back in with some more of the lighter tone because it was getting a little too dark up towards the top. So you just keep going back and forth until you get it the way that you want it. So now I'm coming back in with another coat of the sheepskin, and that paintbrush was just giving too much coverage for what I wanted where the two colors were meeting. So I was showing you my little chippy brush. This is from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just coming back in with the chippy brush with more of that sheepskin, and it's giving me that wispy look that I really was striving for. So very happy with that. Using my heat gun to get that all dry, and then coming in with little specks of the sheepskin paint and just doing this randomly, just like you would see a mushroom have. I have to say I'm very proud of this project, you guys, because I don't consider myself a fine painter by any stretch of the imagination, and I was really proud of how this came out. So now I'm going to take some of my floral foam, and I'm going to cut it down so that it fits properly inside this little guy. Just making sure that it's all nice and tight in there so that I have a good base to work with. And I'm going to glue down some of this moss, and then I'm going to come in with some little flowers. And I'm trying to remember, I think the flowers that I'm about to use came from the Hobby Lobby, but I'm not certain. I'm fairly sure that that's where I'd gotten them from a while back. Just coming in with my little yellow, I'm not sure if they're roses, but just really cute little flowers and my greenery. Coming in with a little bit more just to fill it out. And there you have it. Let me know what you think in the comments. And give me a big thumbs up. So this is DIY number 24. So for this, I'm using a Dollar Tree foam wreath form. I've got some Dollar Tree moss, and then I've got a whole bunch of picks. All of these are from the Dollar Tree. So I'm going to start out by securing my moss all over the wreath form, and this is just going to make a nice base so that you don't see that green foam in between any of the floral picks. Just securing all of that down with some hot glue. So now I am going to determine which of the picks that I want to use. And as you've heard me say before, I design on the fly. So I am just figuring it out as I go and making sure that it's just something that I think is pretty, you know? And if I start putting it together and I don't like how it looks, I can always pull it right apart again. So I was just showing you that I'm trimming down these picks with my wire cutters so that they are long enough to be sticking into the foam form, but not so long that they'll go through the other side of it. Hopefully that makes sense. You want to have them long enough to be able to be secured, but you don't want them coming out through the other side and poking out. So just using a bunch of different colors of these mums. Are these mums or are these dahlias? Oh my goodness, I can't remember. It's been a long week, you guys. I am doing this final part of the voiceover on Friday night, and it's been a long week. I think you probably know I work full time, so this is a labor of love that I do in my spare time. And I've had such a kick out of doing all these crafts, and it's just been so much fun to interact with all of you and to read all of your comments. And you know, a lot of you say that I inspire you, but you inspire me. Let me tell you, I am just so happy and I get so excited when I see the comments on the projects, and it just drives me to just keep on going and trying to be more creative and coming up with new ideas. So thank you so much for all of your comments and your support. I can't tell you how much it feeds my soul. It really does. So thank you. And I appreciate your patience with me when my brain goes on pause with some of this stuff, because like I said, sometimes my days can be a little bit draining, and so I'm working on the final brain cells. But here our wreath is coming together. I'm just making sure that it's starting to fill out. If any place looks like it needs a little bit more love, I'm trying to give it some more love. But anybody can do this, you guys. It's just clip and stick and clip and stick, and you just do what makes you happy. Do what you like. Use the colors you love. And there you go. DIY number 25. So for this, I am using a full-size foam core board from the Dollar Tree, and this piece of wood from Home Depot. It was $1.18. I've also got my little decal that I had cut out off of my Silhouette Cameo, and then I was showing you my chalk paint in sheepskin. So I am just measuring it so I know what size to cut my wood at. So I got that all cut down with my little miter box, and I am going to be using my wood glue. I thought I was going to be using my did I actually end up using those? I can't remember if I used my vices or not, but I'm using my wood glue because that's going to give me a nice secure bond. Yeah, I think I ended up not using the vices because they were just making it wonky. They weren't the right tool for what I was trying to do. So I do have my square there, so I was just trying to make sure that all of my corners were square. And then I came in with my staple gun for a little extra support in each of those corners where the frame was coming together. I did not angle these corners. I wanted it to be more rustic looking, so I left them square. Hopefully that makes sense. So now I'm coming in with my sheepskin, and I'm going to give it a nice coat of paint. This is my frame. I'm just going to paint it all over, and I've got my parchment paper down underneath there. I always talk about the Dollar Tree parchment paper that I just love. It pops up in little sheets, and my paint doesn't stick to it. So I found with craft paper, it always ends up sticking to my project, and I'm trying to pull it off, and paper's coming with it, and so I really like the parchment paper. So now I'm giving my foam core board, the entire board, a coat of the sheepskin as well, because I just felt like it was too stark white for the fall. I wanted something that was a little bit softer, a little bit more muted. Using my heat gun to get it all dry because I have no patience. And let's face it, time is at a premium for all of us. You know, no matter what you do, if you are raising a family, if you're a stay-at-home mom, even if you're retired, somehow I am sure that our days just end up getting filled with activities and projects and stuff around the house. And so time is, you know, time is important. But applying my decals, I decided that I wanted to apply these before I put the frame on. So just trying to get it all lined up, and you want to make sure you get it where you want it when it's getting close there, because it just likes to suck right down onto the project. So I was like, oh boy, I hope it's where it needs to be, because this puppy is not coming up. So fortunately it was where I wanted it. So all's well that ends well, right? I'm just going to burnish that on, and then I'll be removing my transfer tape. And this worked really, really nicely. And I love Unicorn Dust Designs. Sammy there does wood signs on Wednesdays. You should check out her channel if you like wood signs. And then she actually does a lot of other DIYs on Mondays and Fridays and all kinds of crafts. She's fantastic. She and I have become really good friends. And she talks about on the wood signs how she does not use vinyl usually. She will stencil on the wood signs just because she feels like it gives a higher quality. And I do have to agree with her. But I found with the foam core board, the decals just seem to work really well. They just adhere really well, and at least on the projects that I've done this way, I have not really been able to tell that it's vinyl. I hope that makes sense. I don't know, they just have come out really sharp. I agree with her on the wood though. I think it definitely looks nicer if you stencil on the wood. Now for something like this, if you don't have a vinyl cutter, again, you can hand letter this. You can use stencils that you can pick up at your local craft store, you guys. You can do transfers, right? So you can trace it on in pencil and then go back over it with paint or a Sharpie, whatever works for you. It does not have to be vinyl. And as I mentioned, sometimes it likes to suck right down onto what you're doing, and my little decal actually got a bubble in it right there. Fortunately, it wasn't a big one, so I was able to just splice my L and lay it overlapping itself, and you can't even tell. But I was a little nervous there for a minute when it kind of dropped down onto my, my board, and there was nothing I could do about it. So hello, fall. So now I'm taking my bare wax in dark, and I'm just going to go over the frame a little bit with this because I wanted it to have a little bit of a distinction from the background of my picture, if you will, my hello fall sign. So I wanted this to have a little bit more depth. I didn't want it to just be completely uniform with what was being framed. Now once that was done, I was ready to put my frame on, and my foam core board did curve on me. From what I understand from some of my subscribers, it's probably because I only painted the one side, and it sounds like if you paint both sides of the foam core board, it might lay flat. So my solution was to use my little clamps. These are from the Dollar Tree. They are in the automotive section, and so I clamped everything down just to make sure that I was getting it lined up and even and centered, because again, I put my Hello Fall on before I framed it. It probably would have been less of a situation here with that if I had done it the other way around and framed it and then put down my letters, but I just thought it was going to be easier to put my vinyl down first because of the size of the vinyl that I was working with. So now I'm coming in with my staple gun and just securing everything all the way around the perimeter of the frame. I'm trying to remember if I used glue as well. I may have used some wood glue, but the staple gun was perfect. So then I used some of my jute cord that is from Walmart. I think that big spool was probably some, I can't remember how much it was, but it was from Walmart. And I am again going to use my staple gun. I'm just measuring down on both sides because I wanted to have my cord hit at the same place on either side of my frame. I guess I was just thinking it would hang a little bit more evenly. I don't know whether that impacts it or not, to be honest with you, but that was the thought process. So I'm coming in with my staple gun. I am I am stapling that down, and then I end up pulling it back up the opposite way and stapling it again. I was just thinking that that would help to keep it from slipping out. And trimming off the ends, and I've got my hanger. So here is everything, how it came out. DIY number 26. So for this, I am using a baby blanket from the Dollar Tree. I'm also using this cord. It's just a really pretty ivory cord that I had left over from another project like years ago, literally like 20 years ago. I've got a needle, some embroidery floss. I've got an old foam brush handle from a foam brush that ceased to be able to be used. I've got my pizza screen that I used earlier. I'm going to be using it for the same purpose again, and the fiber fill that I showed you there. Again, using a pen to trace out a rough circle that's a couple of inches larger than my pizza screen, and then I'm going to cut that out. As I've mentioned, I would love for you to follow me on Instagram. I can be reached at craftedbycorie. And if you create any of these projects, I would love it if you tag me, share your work with me. I'd love to see it. So once I've got my circle all cut out, I'm going to cut a length of the embroidery floss. I ended up, these are like little strands of 6, right? And I ended up pulling it apart and thinking that 3 was going to be sufficient. In hindsight, I was wishing I had left all 6 of them together. This was a project I had seen Olivia from Olivia's Romantic Home do, and she warned us that the thread had snapped on her, so she warned that we should use a heavier thread. So that was why I was using the embroidery floss, and I thought it was going to be enough. It ended up snapping on me too. So definitely need a heavier gauge thread, or use all 6 strands of the embroidery floss. Perhaps that would work. I may have also overstuffed this. That might have contributed to it as well. Not sure, but just be forewarned. So this, again, very simple project. It doesn't matter if you've never sewn before. You can see I'm just going in and out and in and out and in and out with my needle. So going all the way around, and when I get to the end, I'm just going to start to pull that together. So now stuffing it with my fiber fill. You could use the stuffing from an old pillow if you've got that laying around. Otherwise, fiber fill is really easy to find at your local craft store, especially if they sell sewing supplies. So this was after my second time around. You can tell I didn't pull it completely tight in the middle there because I was afraid I was going to snap the cord again. But I am preparing my little stick from my old foam brush, and I'm going to just stick that right down inside of my pumpkin. This is going to be my stem. So I'm going to use some hot glue to help secure that down in there and get my little fabric all around the stem nice and tight. And now I'm going to be coming in with some picks. This is from Hobby Lobby. I had gotten it on sale. I always get everything on sale, you guys. So I'm going to steal those little tendrils, and I'm going to pull off some of the fun little beaded areas. I might have used this whole pick, I don't remember, but as you've already heard me say, I tear apart all of these picks all the time because it gives me the opportunity to really place them the way I want. So I would say it's very rare when I do not pull apart a pick. It's very rare. So just placing these all around my little pumpkin stem. I'm using the wire to wrap it around the stem and help secure it. And then I do eventually go back in with some hot glue just to secure it completely. Tucking in some of my little tendrils. Look how cute. So now I'm using that cord that I mentioned earlier, and I'm going to make a cute little bow, just looping that together as you've seen me do before. And then I'm going to use the other piece to tie around the center. I did wrap it around there a couple of times before I tied it, just to give it a little bit more something in the middle there. And trim off the ends. I did just light the ends just to singe them so that it wouldn't fray. Be very careful if you do this at home. You don't want to light anything on fire. And then using my hot glue to secure my bow to the pumpkin. I love this, you guys. I loved it so much that I decided to make a second one. So I made a little baby pumpkin, that white fabric that I've been using for a whole bunch of different things. So again, in and out and in and out. So you thread your needle, you knot the end of your thread, and then you just start. It's really not difficult. I really encourage you to try it, even if you've never sewn before. And this one I had a much easier time with, maybe having learned the first time. And also this fabric was not nearly as thick as the fabric from the baby blanket. So that might have had something to do with it as well. This is just a plain cotton fabric. It's about the weight of a sheet, if you will, like a bed sheet. So for this one, I'm going to use a little Dollar Tree birch stem, little piece of wood. I love those, by the way. Isn't that cute? These make me so happy. I love pumpkins, you guys. This time of year, I am pumpkin obsessed. Anything pumpkin, it just makes me happy. I started to use this jute cord for my bow, and I was like, yeah, this is just way too thick for this. So I ended up taking it off, and I pulled it apart, and I just used a little, I think it was just one of the 3 strands, and that ended up being perfect. It was just too heavy for such a tiny, dainty little pumpkin to have that big, thick piece of jute on there. So this worked out much better. So cute. I love these. So you got baby and mama pumpkins. Give me a big thumbs up if you like these. DIY 27. Okay, you're gonna recall this project from a little bit earlier, our little painted pumpkins. We are gonna use the back of them. This is my inspiration picture, $34.99 at Wayfair. For us, it is free if we did this other little pumpkins project. So I'm going to turn my pumpkins over onto their backs and go ahead and use my black Sharpie marker, my Sharpie paint pen, I should say, excuse me, to write my letters out. So here's my black Sharpie. And I'm very visual, you guys. You've probably heard me say that before. So I always have to kind of do like an air practice to figure out how I want my letters. So that was what I was doing there at first. Just want to make sure that I am doing the letters the way that I want them. And then I'm going to come in and embellish with some spider webs and some other little creepy crawlers and just make these super cute. And I pretty much followed the example of the inspiration picture, if you will. The only main difference here is that I only have 3 little pumpkins instead of 4, so I didn't do the exclamation point. If you want to do a 4th pumpkin, you certainly can, and then you can have the exclamation point that goes along with the boo as well. So I've got my spider web done there. I've got my little spider that I'm drawing. How do you all like to decorate for Halloween? What is your favorite Halloween decoration? Do you like ghosts? Do you like witches? Do you like spiders and creepy crawly things? Do you like skulls? Skulls really creep me out. I don't know what it is about them. Well, maybe because they're skulls, but I don't know. There's just something about them that creep me out. I have not been able to bring myself to do anything with them as of yet. So never say never, but yeah, they really creep me out. So thickening up my letters and just getting those all filled in and getting things the way that I want them. This is a super easy project, you guys. Anybody can do this. If you recall, these were pieces of scrap wood that I had in my garage. I painted them orange, added the embellishments to them. If you don't want to do the original project, you could do just the boo project as well. But this way, our little signs are reversible. and you can embellish them however you'd like. If you don't like spiders and spider webs, you could put ghosts on them. Anything really, witches, ghosts, you name it. So there we go, our little boo. DIY number 28. All right, so these are my Arteza wood slices and the Arteza outdoor acrylic paint that they sent me. I've got my black Sharpie paint marker there that I was showing you as well. So these little wood rounds are, they've got pre-drilled holes in them. They are pre-sanded. I'll go ahead and leave all of the links in the description box again if you have any interest. There is a coupon code for 10% off that Arteza provided that's good through the end of October as well. So I'm just coming in with my Tangelo and giving this just a rough coat. At first I thought I was going to completely cover it, and then when I started with the paint, I noticed that I could still see the wood grain underneath it and through it, and I actually liked that. So I decided I wanted this to be a little bit more rustic. I wasn't gonna do a really solid heavy coat. I was gonna do some dry brushing along the edges as I got closer to the edge. So I've got more color focused and concentrated in the center. And then as I went out, it got a little bit lighter. This is the jungle green that I'm using, and then I've got the papaya whip that I'm using over top of it. These colors are just so vibrant. I love them. They're really, really nice. So now I'm coming in, once I had all of my slices, the colors that I wanted them, coming in and doing my lettering. I'm just drawing the outlines of block letters to write out the word Hello Fall. And then I'm coming back in and filling in my letters with the gold acrylic paint. So I've got these little backwards right now, Hello Fall or Fall Hello. I'm just helping them dry here. And then I'm going to string them on the cord that came with the wood slices. And I'm going to do this by tucking it through the back, making a loop, tucking it through the back, out through the front, and I'm going to flip that loop over the wood slice and then pull it tight. And that's going to secure my wood slices where I want them on the length. So I'm going to show you a little bit closer here. Folding it in half, so I've got a little bit of a loop. Pinching that so that it'll go through the little hole, sticking it through the hole, pulling my loop up large enough so that it'll go over the bottom of the wood round, pulling the wood round through the loop, and then pulling that tight. See there? And then I just did that with all of them all the way along until I had them all on my cord. And then once they're all on the cord, I'm going to line up my ends. You'll see in just a minute, get those even, and then I'll just trim off my ends. It ends really quickly here, so I'm kind of explaining to you what I'm going to do because I'm not going to have a lot of time to tell you in a second. So here you can see, lining it up, going to trim it, and that's that. DIY number 29. So using the wood rounds again, these are Arteza wood rounds. I've also got my Dollar Tree jute twine. I've got a few tumbling tower blocks from the Dollar Tree. I'm using some floral wire. I think I picked that up from Hobby Lobby a while back. I have a twig. This is left over from one of those broomsticks that I had used. And then I've got a few colors of my Arteza outdoor acrylic paint. And it's important that I stress that this is, oh no, not for this one. I'll tell you about that later because I've got another project where I use the outdoor paint and, oh, but that was a different video, so it's not on this one. So point being, if it's outdoor paint, it should be able to hold up to moisture. I had made, in my last video, I made some coasters and they really aren't technically fall, so I didn't include them in this video, but because I used the outdoor paint on them, I figured I didn't need to seal them because they should be able to hold up. So at any rate, now I am making my little pumpkins. So I did give these a really good coat this time, and I'm looking for the flattest part of this because I'm gonna go ahead and secure it down to my tumbling tower block that's gonna serve as our base and let it stand up. I did both sides of all my pumpkins, you guys, as per usual, because I like things to be finished, and because these can also be two-sided and they'll be able to stand up on a little tiered tray or on the counter or on a table somewhere, and then if it's finished on both sides, you know, everything's pretty and it doesn't matter which way it's facing, right? So I gave it a really good coat on all sides of the Tangelo. And actually on the bark edges, I did more of a rough coat. Those weren't like solidly coated in the orange. I kind of liked the bark showing through, so. And then I came back in with some of the chocolate paint and the papaya whip, and I'm just creating my little contours for the pumpkins, so you can tell that they really are a pumpkin. And again, just blending the colors, and if you get a little bit too much of one color, you can come back in with another. I just kept going back and forth. You can see me adding in a little bit more Tangelo, just getting it to the place that I like it. And I did that for all three of my little pumpkins on both sides of each pumpkin. So then, once those were all done, I went ahead and took my little twig, and I'm gonna score it with my scissors. And I'm making these random lengths, so they are not all the same, but scoring it and then snapping it off. And this little twig was heavy duty, you guys. It was really solid. So it took a little bit of an effort to to cut these, but I managed. I was using my table to kind of press it down and lever it, but once I had those all cut down, I'm going to use a little bit of hot glue to secure them to the tops of my pumpkins. I'm just trying to decide which one I want to use where, because my pumpkins are different heights and my stems are all different heights as well, so I just wanted to figure out which one I wanted on which. And I did not bother with sanding off the edges of these. You certainly could, but I just liked the kind of jagged look to it, because with pumpkins, when they come up out of the field or whatever, a lot of the time they're not, the stems on them are a little bit jagged, right? So I wanted that to have more of a natural, unfinished edge, if you will. So I just had to hold that until the hot glue not dried, but cooled down enough to hold those little stems securely, which it did. It just took a second of patience to let the hot glue cool. So now I'm going to use my floral wire, and I'm going to take a length of that, and I thought maybe I could use my finger to do the tendrils, but then I decided the tendrils are way too large for these tiny little pumpkins. So I ended up using the paintbrush, the end of the paintbrush to do that. And I'm sorry I was a little off frame there, but you just twist it around and around something like a pencil or a paintbrush, whatever has the thickness or the gauge, if you will, of what you want your little tendril to look like. So I think I'm going to show you in frame a little bit better here, but I just went round and round and round and then slid it right off and then pulled it apart a little bit, make it springy, and then you can manipulate it however you want it. And then I just twisted it around my little stem, and then I went back and secured each of them with a little dab of hot glue again. You don't need a lot, just I want a little bit there because there wasn't really anything there to keep them in place. So now I'm making some finger bows with my jute cord, my Dollar Tree jute cord. I just wrapped it around and around my fingers probably about a dozen times, and then cut off another little length, and I'm just tying it around the middle there. And then I'm fluffing up my little bow, and then I'm going to be gluing it to the top of my pumpkins. So wrapping it around my fingers, cutting it off, tying it around the middle. Really simple little bow. So I'm going to show you closer up here so you can see exactly what I'm doing and a little bit slower. So just wrapping it around and around my fingers until I've got the number of loops that I want. And again, it doesn't have to be exact. I did not count these. I did it until it looked right to me for all three of these. So for all I know, every single one of these three little bows has a different number of loops because I did not count them as I was doing it. I just did it until they were about the thickness that I wanted for my little project. Pulled that tight, finished off the knot. Fluffed it out. Trimmed off the ends, and there you have it. So then I just came in and I secured each one of them with a little bit of hot glue. Aren't they cute? DIY number 30. We're coming up on it, you guys. So for this project, I am using the Arteza vinyl with my little squeegee, their transfer tape as well. I have these three vases that are well, they're square, but then rectangular. I don't know. But I've had them forever. I couldn't even tell you where I got them from. I don't know how long I've had them, but they've been laying around for quite some time. So I decided I was going to use them for this project. And I had forgotten to show you my inspiration picture, but it will come up in just a minute because I realized when I was editing the first video that I hadn't shared it with you. So you'll see that in a second. But it was something on Oriental Trade. But I had cut these out on my Silhouette Cameo, and I'm not sure if I was trying to come up with ideas that you could use for creating these if you wanted to do it differently. And you might be able to use like a reverse stencil and then paint your piece. I don't know if that's making any sense at all, but and then just pull away the little pieces to reveal the glass again. Hopefully that you understand what I'm talking about. But I'm cutting down my transfer tape, and then up here, this is the inspiration picture that I told you I was going to be showing you. I thought they were really cute. So I had scored with my cutting machine right down the middle of the vinyl there too. So this transfer tape is going to allow me to pull up just what I want. I'm not going to have an issue with the vinyl at the bottom half of the page. You'll see in just a moment. So here we go. And it took me a minute to realize that I was pulling it up the wrong way. So pulling the vinyl off of the backing doesn't work as well as pulling the backing off of the vinyl. So I was a little bit of a slow learner on this particular project, but I eventually got the hang of it and it started going much smoother. So here we go. All right, Corie, you got it now, girl. And there we go. Much easier that way. So now I'm going to apply the entire thing to my vase. Just make sure that you've got it lined up better than I did, because I was like, oh, I started to put it down. It wasn't quite where I wanted it, but it was too late. So live and learn again. So I smoothed that out as best I could, wrapped that all around, and then peeled away my transfer tape. So I'm just squeegeeing it out, trying to get as many of those air bubbles out as I can. And then I actually ended up using my little piercing tool here to just pop the little air bubbles. And I shouldn't say pop, because it's not like they burst, right? So I was putting in a teeny tiny little hole, as small as I could make it, just enough for the air to be able to release, and then I was smoothing it out with my little squeegee tool, and that allowed all of the air out without it being noticeable. Like, you do not see those little holes, and that's just a little trick that I picked up along the way. So doing the same thing with the other two. And here I finally got the hang of removing the backing from the vinyl instead of the other way around. So applying it to my vase. I got better every time, you guys, you know, like I said, live and learn. The first time you do something, it might not work the way that you would envision, but you know, just keep on going with it, because you learn as you go, and then the more you do it, the better you get and the easier it becomes. So it's like with anything else. So I've tucked some paper in here right now so you can see the design. Enter if you dare. I just thought these were really super cute. And I'll show them to you all lit up in a little bit.
DIY number 31.
So this is my inspiration picture, $48.99 on sale at Wayfair. And we're going to use a Dollar Tree pumpkin, some craft paper, as well as the Waverly chalk paint, an elephant. I am going to end up using silver lining as well. And then I have my white Sharpie paint marker. I'm going to start by taking off all of the details on here. I did end up coming in with my heat gun to help loosen up that hot glue that was holding that down, because that little sucker was stuck good. So once I had that heated up, I was able to pop that off. And then I just set it aside for another future project. So once I had that all prepared, I came in and gave a really good coat with the elephant. But as I mentioned, I did decide to use my silver lining because I just felt like this was a little too flat. So here I come with the Waverly chalk paint silver lining with my Dollar Tree chippy brush, and I'm just going to do some dry brushing. So you see me wiping off most of the paint there on the side, and then just coming through and giving our little pumpkin some texture, just going the same direction back and forth across my pumpkin horizontally. So now I have my Java and my oatmeal chalk paint. These are both by Home Decor, which is by Folk Art. And I'm just going to blend those two together until I have my stem the way that I want it. And then once I'm happy with that, I'm going to come in with my white Sharpie paint marker, and I'm going to hand letter my word on here. So I'm going to be doing the faux calligraphy with this. And essentially that means that, first of all, this is not handwriting, you guys. This is hand lettering. This is sped up. So to about, if I recall correctly, about 3 times the speed that I was actually doing this. So just take your time and you can absolutely do this. Practice on a scrap piece of paper a little bit first if you want. But you see I'm coming in and making some of the strokes thicker. Essentially the down strokes, anywhere you would normally draw down on your letter, you're gonna make it thicker, and the upstrokes you're gonna leave thin. So just think about it when you're writing your letter, how you draw that letter, and where you draw down, again, that's where you're gonna come in and make it thicker, and it just provides a faux calligraphy look. And I think it's really very pretty. So there we are. I wrote blessed. The original had blessings on it, but I went with blessed. And so now I'm coming in with those detail lines for some additional pizzazz and really just following the inspiration picture in that regard. Just going back over my lines to make sure that they are as dark as I want them to be. So now I'm coming in with these little maple leaves from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to pick a few out, and I'm just going to be applying them to the top of my pumpkin with some hot glue once I figure out which colors and how I want to have them on there. So I applied those, and then I'm actually just getting some raffia ready for a bow that I'm going to tie around my stem up at the top. So here I go with the hot glue, just applying my little leaves in the pattern that I want. And as I always say, I'm just doing what looks pleasing to my eye. So once I have those on there and situated, I'm going to trace my pumpkin onto my craft paper, flip it over, and I'm just going to glue this down with some more hot glue. If you don't have a hot glue gun, you could totally use school glue for this. Just takes a little bit more time for it to dry, that's all. So now I am tying my little raffia bow around my stem. I did secure it with some hot glue because the stem tapers, so there was nothing really to secure it in place. And I'm just doing a plain bow, trimming off my ends and fluffing it up a little bit. Isn't it cute? I was pleased with how this came out. So I did take a little soda pop tab, and I'm going to add that to the back to use as a little hanger, and just gluing that down with my hot glue. And that's it.
DIY number 32. So I am starting out with one of these Dollar Tree 3D wreath forms, and I had already put it together. I used it in another project a few videos ago that I decided I was going to take apart. I did remove that little gadget with all the little feet on it that helps hold the form in place. You can see that I still have it at the bottom here, but I decided to replace one end, the top end actually, with some twine just to give it a little bit more stability. I just wanted to make sure that it was going to be nice and solid and tight, and I went ahead and used some hot glue there just to make sure my knot wasn't going to come undone. So I'm showing some floral foam that I tucked in at the bottom in that little doodad that sticks up that holds the wreath form together, and I'm setting it just on this little wire bowl to help keep it from rolling around as I work with it. The greenery that I have here is from Walmart. I believe it was $2 a stem, so $1.99. And as you can see, true to form, I have cut it all apart so that I can use the individual little pieces. I'm tucking it in and around the base there. Now, it occurred to me as I was doing this that I probably should have put the lights on first. So word to the wise, after you put in the floral foam, you might want to go ahead and add your lights in. That way you're not having to contend with all of the little greenery. So I am just taking my light strands. These are also from the Dollar Tree, and I am wrapping them around my wreath form. So you can see one strand of lights, these are 3 feet long, and one strand will go completely around the circumference of one of these parts of the wreath. Now I only had 3 of them, but there are 4 circles to this wreath form, so I ended up using another type of light that I just picked up recently from the Dollar Tree, and it's got little fall leaves on it. And then I'm tucking in some of my Dollar Tree pumpkins. I thought I would try these little orange ones. They were too shiny compared to the other ones I had. So I tucked in that other little one, and this made me so happy. I have this other pick from the Hobby Lobby that I had in my stash. I think it was $2.99 originally, but I tend to always get my Hobby Lobby stuff when it's on sale at least 40% off. So I am ripping this one apart too into little pieces, and I'm tucking it in and around just where it looks pleasing to my eye. And you could use any types of greenery with this. You could use any types of pumpkins. You could use not pumpkins. You could use just other types of florals if you'd like. Whatever is going to make your heart happy. I started to use that chain that my sister had given to me from a chandelier she took down, and then decided I was going to use the Dollar Tree little hook thing. This is for a plant hanger, I believe. So one of those little plant hanging baskets. And I'm just hooking it right on to my 3D wreath, and it is good to go. DIY number 33.
I am using this little swag form from the Hobby Lobby. It was originally $3.99. I'm sure that I got it on sale because I tend to like to get things on sale, but I've had it for quite some time, and I just hadn't figured out what I wanted to do with it. So I thought this would be a great project. And everything I do on one side, I'm going to do on the other, right? So I'm going to make it symmetrical. So right now I am just determining how long I want things to be hanging over. I don't want them hanging over too far because I thought it might look a little weird with the form. So I cut these little grasses down. These I had saved from other Dollar Tree picks that I had, shocking, had pulled apart. So I had saved these thinking I'd be able to use them for another project in the future, and here I am. So I'm cutting these down to the size that I want, just making sure that they're about the same length, and then I'm going to start tucking them in all along in my form here. So now these are not thick enough for the form to hold them snugly, so I will come back in and use some hot glue on these. But you'll see later when I start adding the floral picks in, I don't need to use the hot glue for those because they are thicker and they stick right in there really nice and snugly, and I didn't have to worry about them falling out. Now you can always go back in and add some hot glue if you so choose, just for some extra added security. I just didn't find it necessary for this particular project. So here I am just gluing down those little pieces of the grass just to make sure that they're in there and not gonna come on out. So here I go. Oh, you know what? I don't think I pulled these apart. Here is a sample of one I didn't completely pull apart. There you go. So I guess I do every once in a while leave them as is. So I was just taking off the little tags. These are from the Hobby Lobby. Again, I've had them for some time. I tend to pick things up at the end of the season. So obviously I didn't get these recently. I probably got these a couple of years ago, the end of fall. And I'm just trying to figure out where I want things right now. I've got them in the orange. I also have them in the yellow. And then I was like, that Dollar Tree, and I keep calling it goldenrod because I don't know what else to call it. I don't know what it is, but I was like, that might look really nice underneath there. So I'm going to cut this all apart and I'm going to put that in there first. So I take away the other pieces with those beads that I was looking at, and then I'm going to tuck in my goldenrod, for lack of a better term. So I'm going to stick that in on either side. I ended up using 3 pieces on each side. One pick has 5 of those little tendrils. So if you want to use this, you're going to need 2 picks. So I used the 3 and then the 2, and then I cut one more off of another pick to have my even sides so that it was uniform. So now I'm trying to figure out how long I want these other picks to be, and I'm just going to go ahead and stick those in there. And like I said, those fit really nice and snug, so I did not end up having to come back in and hot glue them, nor with the Dollar Tree ones that I had already stuck in there as well. Now, one difference with these picks, I had 3 of each color. So I ended up using 2 orange and 1 yellow on the one side, and then I did 2 yellow and 1 orange on the other side. So the colors are a little bit different, but there's still the same balance with the number of items. So now I'm coming in with my little yellow flowers, and I tried to see if I could use these picks whole, and it wasn't going to work. So I pulled these apart, and then I'm just going to tuck them in different spots that makes it pleasing to my eye. We're just layering the different flowers on here. And these are all complementing tones of yellows and golds and oranges. But you could do this with any color scheme, you guys. So if you have a different color scheme in your home, or you want this to be something that you can use year round and not just for the fall, you can certainly use a different color palette and make this what you want for your own home. And again, this is such an easy project. You line it up, figure out how long you want everything, clip it off. Make sure that when you're clipping it, you're leaving a couple of extra inches because you're going to be tucking things in, right? So you're going to lose a couple of inches off of your length just by virtue of tucking it into your form. But it's really not hard. It really isn't. And you just make it the way that you like, make it the way that makes you happy. This should give you joy. And if you're a beginning crafter, this is an easy type of project to start with, really. A lot of the stuff that I do tends to be on the easier side. I know I definitely have some projects that are more advanced, for sure. But this is definitely something that you could try as a very, very beginner. Just clip and stick and clip and stick. It just takes a little bit of patience. And just take your time. Now I'm coming in with some pip berries. I love these pip berries. They just make me happy for whatever reason. They're just all kind of like crazy, and they twist all different directions, and I don't know, I just think they're super fun. So adding a little bit of that in on both sides. Again, I had pulled these picks apart, so just using little strands, and they're really easy to pull apart usually. Most of them are very easy to pull apart. I thought about using that last little pick that's sitting there, and then I was like, no, I don't need it. So there it is so far. And now I'm going to make, well, I was going to make a bow, and then I decided, you know what, I want something a little more rustic, and I had this pre-made bow. Again, I've had this for a while, you guys. I don't remember if it came from Hobby Lobby or Michael's or Joann's. It was probably one of those 3. And it has its own little twist tie on it, so I'm just twisting it off in the back. and that's it. Fluffing up my bow and it's all done. Isn't this super pretty? Give me a big thumbs up if you like this and leave me a comment.
DIY number 34. This DIY, I'm going to be using 5 of these glass tea light holders. They're in 3 different sizes. I've got 2 of the shortest, 2 of the medium, and 1 of those large. And I was showing you the black spray paint I used to spray them completely. I just went ahead and did that off camera. And now I've got a piece of pallet wood from a pallet that Rich and I had taken apart a while back, and it's just been in my stash in the garage. I sanded it down to get it cleaned up, as you saw, and now I am taking floral foam and getting it cut down to the size that I want to use on here. Essentially, I cut my blocks in half and then trimmed off one of the edges so that it would just fit nicely, and I had a little bit of that wood ledge all the way around. Just making sure I've got everything lined up, and then I'm going to use my hot glue and I'm going to secure all of my floral foam blocks to the wood. Now, I showed you this moss. I made a real big mess out of this moss, you guys, but I had fun doing it, so that's what counts, right? Now, I started doing this and I was like, oh wait, I wanted to put my candle holders on here first. So this is what I did here, and I'm realizing as I'm doing my voiceover that I forgot to show you my inspiration picture for this. So I am going to drop it right here for you to see. And this is something that I saw. Hopefully it shows you. I'm not sure if it was Kirkland's. It might have been. I completely have forgotten where I saw it, but hopefully you'll get the idea from the image that I dropped in. So I went ahead and covered everything up with the floral moss, excuse me, and then I've got a bunch of picks that I've had in my stash for quite some time. I'm talking probably 3 or 4 years. I've had them and I haven't used them. These are from the Hobby Lobby, and then I also have some from the Dollar Tree that are more recent. You can see those little pine cones and acorns. Those are from the Dollar Tree, and I have some other Dollar Tree picks that I'm going to be using in a little bit. But I'm just going to cut down my picks. Y'all know how I like to cut all of my picks apart. And I'm going to tuck them into the floral foam. I'm kind of going in along the sides. And if you recall, I had a couple of gaps between some of the blocks of foam. And so I'm using those gaps to my advantage as well and tucking the little picks in between those blocks as well. This is another pick that I had from the Hobby Lobby. I'm not sure if it's lavender or I'm not sure, but it's just these really pretty delicate purple flowers with the grass kind of sticking out. And now I'm using some greenery that's left over from another project when I pulled all of the buds off of my stems, but I saved the greenery because you never know when you're going to need all of that stuff. So I always like to save my leftover pieces and parts. And now I'm coming in with some flowers. These are from the Dollar Tree, and I think they are so fun and cute. And I'm just cutting them down and dropping them right in there for some added color. Just popping them right in and placing them wherever it looks pleasing to my eye. Now, you can use whatever color palette you want, you guys. The sky is the limit. These are also from the Dollar Tree. They are little mini carnation, no, not mini mums, not carnations, mini mums. But I love how this came out. You'll have to let me know what you think. DIY number 35. So for this project, I have the Waverly chalk paint and pool, the same in ocean, and then I have my home decor, white Adirondack, and a whole bunch of pumpkins from the Dollar Tree. Now you can see here, I have them all divided out in groups of 3, and I am giving them 2 good coats of chalk paint. So I'm starting out with the pool, and then I'm going to move on to the ocean.
And then once I have those done, I am gonna go ahead and try to come up with a mid-range color by mixing those two together. So I've got my pool I'm putting in there, and then my ocean, and then oops, I got a little too much ocean on my tree. But I just went with it, and I blended in just part of that chalk paint. And I ended up using the other for my second coat on the dark blue. So it all worked out. But once I had that all done, I went ahead and did the same thing with the pool and the white to try to lighten that. Try to lighten that up a little bit so that I would have a lighter shade of that, because I'm kind of trying to go with an ombre sort of effect, if you will, with my pumpkins that will be displayed together. And then I just came in with my brushed metal. This is by Folk Art, and I painted up all these little stems. So cute. DIY number 36. So I'm using a Hiipoo product again. This is sponsored by Hiipoo, so many thanks to them. And this is the water slide paper. Now you might have seen me use this before. I think this is really cool. I really enjoy working with it. There are, I believe it's 20 sheets in this pack as well. So 20 sheets of the transfer paper and then 20 sheets of the water decal paper. And water slide, excuse me, decal paper. And I find it very easy to use, and the instructions are extremely clear. They even have pictures on the back there. Now I'm using a Dollar Tree. There's my image all printed out. This is actually A4 size paper, just to be aware. But I'm using my Dollar Tree heat burner covers, and I thought about using the bigger one. And if I had to do it again, I probably would create my image on 2 sheets and make it larger and put it on the bigger one. But I'm going to use a smaller one because of the size that I made this. And as I showed you, my Adirondack white chalk paint, I'm going to give that, I think I ended up giving it 3 coats. And then while it was drying, I went ahead and cut this out. Now I completely skipped a crucial step. I left this in to show you why it's so crucial, and then I'll show you how I fixed it. So I went ahead and put it in the water. And I had not sealed my image. It's really important, and it says it right there in the instructions, and I've done this before, so I knew I was supposed to do it, and I completely forgot, but I put it in the water without sealing it, and it immediately started to bleed. I don't know if you can see there how fuzzy my image is, but yeah, so I printed it out again. You can see all the paint coming off of it there. You can see it now. You can see what a mess I made. You got to make sure you seal it. So I'm using this matte finish polyurethane spray by Aleene's. I went ahead and sprayed my cover also just to seal in that chalk paint. I figured couldn't hurt because we're going to be using water on top of it, and I didn't want the paint to be compromised. So you spray it 3 separate times, waiting at least a half hour between sprays. And then once it's completely dry again, you can go ahead and put it in your water, and you can see this time my image is holding, no issues, no muss. You can see I'm sticking my fingers all over it, and it's completely fine, no bleeding at all. So you want it to soak for 30 to 60 seconds. I did time lapse this. And once it's ready, you go ahead and place the whole thing on your surface with a little bit of water underneath your surface, and you hold onto the top of the decal with your fingers lightly, and you slide that paper out from underneath, and voila, so cool. And then you just wipe out the water. I'm going to slow this down for you so you can see how I actually am being gentle. It looked like I was being really rough with it because I had it sped up like 3 times, but this is actual speed now. So you can see I'm actually being very delicate with my paper towel, just kind of helping the water to squeegee out from under the decal, for lack of a better term. Now, once it was all dry, I came in with my black chalk paint, and I am just bumping it a little bit with my paper towel, the same paper towel I used before. I'm just giving it that enamel look. So it's like it's just gotten kind of dinged up over time, giving it a little bit of a distress here. And I think this turned out super cute, but you'll have to leave me a comment and let me know what you think.
DIY number 37. This is my gather sign. I love this. I'm going to show you how I did this with my Cricut. So this is a Dollar Tree home sign. I'm just going to pop off of that little heart shape, and we're going to use the back of this. So I'm going to prep it. I'm taking out the little staples. Please don't do what I do here. I am obviously not being real safe using a knife to pop those staples out. They were not real in there real strong, so they popped out easily. Just be careful. I used my sanding block to smooth out where the staples had been, and now I'm just coming in with my Adirondack White by Home Decor chalk paint, and I'm making sure I'm getting all of the little edges as well. I am not worried about the back side because we can cover that up with craft paper and give it a really nice clean finish. So now my Cricut Explorer 3, you guys, I was so excited to open this machine and check it out. I had heard wonderful things about it. As you know, if you've been watching me, I've had a different type of machine, and I was excited to see how this was going to compare. I was amazed at how easy this was. I have to admit, it is Bluetooth enabled, so all I had to do is plug it in. Oh, it was so cool when you press that little button and the machine like opens up. It's got storage little containers for all your little tools, and yeah, you can see me clapping. I'm all excited. And this is smart vinyl, so you do not need a mat for this vinyl that I'm using. I'm just turning my machine sideways to give myself a little bit more space, and then I'm going into the app, and I had set it up, and in the design space they had this gather sign, if you will, or design that was already created. So here I am, I'm getting ready to load my vinyl. The little app did want an update, so that took a couple of minutes, but that was it. And then you saw that little light flashing. It was like, hello, Corie, push me. And that's how you load the vinyl. So it lets you know. This is so easy. See it flashing again? It was like, okay, tell me to go. So I hit that little button again, and it was actually the other button, and it is cutting out my design. This literally took maybe 5 minutes to set up and cut out my design. It was amazing, so simple. So I am definitely a fan. So once it was all done cutting out my image, I just told it to unload. It tells you exactly what you need to do every step of the way. I'm just going to go ahead and trim it off. Because this was smart vinyl and I didn't need a mat, I was able to just leave it on the roll, and now I'm just cutting out the rest of the vinyl so as little waste as possible. Now I'm going to go ahead and weed it. And a lot of times, if I'm going to use the vinyl itself on my sign, I will weed out the stuff around the image. This time I'm weeding this like I would a stencil, because I've decided I want to use all of that beautiful blue vinyl on my sign, and I'm going to have the letters knocked out, so the letters will shine through in white, and that's why we painted our sign white before. So I went ahead and got it onto my transfer tape, and then I'm going to go ahead and apply it directly onto the sign. I'm covering up that entire white area. I did leave some extra blue around. I knew that this was going to be larger than my sign itself because I wanted to make sure I could get this lined up, and then I will trim off the excess. And I know I've got a couple of straight lines there with the vinyl, having been a brand new piece of vinyl, so I'm using that to my advantage. I'm giving it a really good burnishing, and then I'll go ahead and remember what I'm doing and peel off the transfer tape. If I can do this, anybody can do this, you guys. So here it is. I'm just going to make sure it's nice and pressed down still so that when I lift it off the transfer tape, it didn't lift any of my edges up. And now I've got my little craft knife on my self-healing mat, and I'm just trimming off the excess vinyl. And then I will go ahead and put some craft paper on the back of it to clean that up, but I didn't show myself doing that. So here it is. I love this. Let me know what you think. DIY number 38. The Dollar Tree calendars are in, you guys. They have a whole new set of calendars, and I am going to be using the Thankful sheet out of here. You can see they've got a ton of cute little images, and then I'm also using one of these wood rounds. This is from a pack of 3 from the Hobby Lobby. I want to say it was $4.99. I think that's what it was, but I thought it was a really great deal. So I am using my wood glue. I'm just going to squeeze a whole bunch of it out, and then I'm going to use a paintbrush and just spread that out completely evenly all over my wood. You probably could use Mod Podge for this because it was wood, and I figure paper is made from wood. I figured I would use my wood glue, and it worked out really quite well. So I'm using my little squeegee from my friends at Plaid. They sent that to me, as well as my little roller thing that they sent to me to use with my Mod Podge. This is the first time I got to use it. I thought it was really great. And so now I am just coming in with my Dollar Tree sanding block and sanding off the edges to get any excess off of there. I have my Kirkland ribbon from last year that I've pulled out. I love this. I think it's so pretty. Check out your wholesale club for ribbon as we start getting into fall, you guys, because they have the best prices on ribbon, in my opinion. And now I've also dug into my Dollar Tree ribbon stash, and I've picked out a gold ribbon that I am hoping to just pull tight along the edge, which is going to allow it to lay nice and flat along our piece here. So I'm adding glue to the edge of the wood round, and then I'm just going to pull that really tight as I can, and so it stretches the middle and allows the edges of the ribbon to lay flat. So that I'm going to go ahead and trim it off, tuck it under, and glue that down. So now I am just adding some of these cute little flowers. These are also from the Dollar Tree. As per usual, I have cut them apart again. So I'm just trying to line them up in a way that is pleasing to me. And I'm going to come back in and secure them all with hot glue around the top of our little picture, if you will. So gluing those all down, and once I have those all in place, I am grabbing my gold ribbon again that I used to edge our wood round, and I am making a large floppy bow, and I think I had 3 or 4 loops on each side. I'm trying to remember. I think it was 4. So I'm tying it off in the middle, and once I had that all done, I'm going to just make sure it's pulled apart the way I need it. And I'm going to secure it with some hot glue. And actually it looks like I had 3 loops on either side. Just 3. Yep. And now I'm coming back in with my Kirkland ribbon with all those pretty leaves. And I am just doing a regular loop bow. So it's just a loop that I'm securing in the middle with some hot glue with another little piece of the ribbon. And then I'm going to secure that right on top of that big floppy bow that I had created. I had set it down while I still had some hot glue on it, and then just added a little bit more hot glue to make sure that it was nice and secure. I love this. I think it's so cute. So now I'm taking one more little piece of my gold ribbon. I'm going to use it to create a hanger. I just kind of folded it in half and laid the edges flat. And I've got one more little piece that I'm going to help use to secure it, but also to hide those edges. Just kind of creating a loop with it and making sure that it goes laying down flat, and I'll add in a little bit more hot glue in there just to make sure that everything is nice and secure. And that's it, you guys. Let me know what you think. DIY number 39. This is the final Hobby Lobby inspiration picture. I just thought it was so cute. It's like a little ornament, I think, but we're gonna make it like a bigger size. So I have some scrap fabric from the Dollar Tree from another project. I had some buffalo check ribbon. This is a little cutting board from the Dollar Tree. I'm taking some parchment paper. This is what I tend to use to paint on, but I'm gonna create patterns. So I have my pen, and I'm just trying to get an idea of the size of these little pumpkins that I want to have on the top of my little cutting board. So just getting those, and this is just freehand. If you don't trust yourself to freehand, you can get a stencil, you can find a picture and trace a picture, whatever works for you. I just decided to do it freehand. Then I went ahead and, as you saw, I cut out my little patterns, and then I traced around my patterns on the back of my fabric, and I cut those out. Now I'm just using some satin Mod Podge to secure my little fabric pumpkins down. I secured it from the back, and then I did go over the top of it just to make sure that it was nice and sealed in there and it wasn't going to go anywhere. And I did that with all 3 of my little pumpkins, just like in the inspiration picture. Now I'm going to use my pencil again, and I'm starting in the middle with my words to try to get this as centered as possible. And I'm just going to draw in my pencil lines with my lettering, and then I'll come back over it with my paint marker. Thought I was going to be a paint marker. You'll see what I actually end up using. So here's my Arteza paint marker. Now this cutting board has a little bit of a texture to it, and so it's kind of, for lack of a better term, bleeding a little bit. Remember, this is paint, right? So I was like, you know what, let me try a black Sharpie and see if that does a better job on this, because of that permanent marker, it's different than paint, right? So, and I liked the way that that was giving me a nice sharp line. It wasn't quite as rich as far as the depth of that black. So if you don't mind a little bit of it looking like it's bleeding and you want that depth of the black, then the Arteza acrylic paint marker is going to do a good job for you. I opted to go with the Sharpie because I wanted really crisp lines. That was my goal. And that was also the reason I didn't try stenciling on this, because I knew with that texture on the board, I was just going to have bleeds everywhere. So there we are with all of the lettering, and now I'm just coming in with some hot glue. I do have a piece of parchment paper under this because the hot glue does not stick to the parchment paper. So if you're ever trying to do a project and you want to be able to keep it flat on a surface, to have it kind of butt up against the back of something, parchment paper is a really great thing to use. So just used my hot glue all the way around to attach my jute twine, and then I'm going to make my cute little bow with my buffalo check ribbon around the top there, and just going to make sure that I've got that bow all nice and lined up, tighten that up, and then I will trim off the ends at an angle, make them real cute. Trimmed off that one a little bit more. And now I'm going to make a hanger for it. So just going to cut, that was probably a 16-inch length that I doubled over and knotted. I'm going to flip it through and then flip it through itself. And got it. I love this, and I hope you do too. DIY number 40. So I have a couple of these cute little boxes with owls carved into them, burned into them. I'm not sure. There are some cutouts here also, but I thought they were super sweet, and we are going to customize them today. I am just using my Arteza paint markers. These are chalk paint markers, and I am just going to do what makes my heart happy, right? So as I always say, do what makes you happy. So you can customize these however you wish. And I am just using my Arteza paint markers because I love how you can flip out the tips on these, right? So they have reversible tips. They have just that blunt tip, and then a fine tip that is allowing me to get into all those little nooks and crannies, if you will. And then they also send you a different kind of tip along with it. I don't know why I can't think of the name. It's like a slanted tip. Beveled? No. I think you probably know what I'm saying or trying to say. But it's like, my words are escaping me tonight, you guys, as I'm doing this voiceover. But at any rate, they have fantastic tips that are interchangeable on the paint markers, which make them really easy to work with. So Once I had all of that done and dry, I have this yellow fabric from my stash that my mom had given me a while back, and I am cutting out some squares that will fit inside the lid of my box. So as I mentioned before, there are some cutouts, so you can see the little holes there, and I'm just going to cover it with this little yellow fabric piece that I'm using as a liner. I'm not too concerned about the edges on this one because I'm actually going to come back in a second. You can see I just used hot glue around all those edges. Just checking to make sure it's looking good on the box. But I'm going to come back in a second with another piece of fabric. So I'm going to cut this one a little bit larger than the inside of the lid because I want to kind of create a seam where I can fold all of these edges under so you don't see any of the raw edges. Now, if you have batting, like a thin piece of batting, that would work so much better than what I'm trying to do, or like a squishy foam something that you can wrap. First of all, you'd want to cut that down to size of the inside of your box and then wrap the fabric around it and then tuck it down in. See here, I am just using a little bit of polyfill because I did not have batting and I just wanted a little soft inside of my lid. I don't know if you've seen these, but I had a little jewelry box growing up and it had this nice little puffy lid on the inside of it. And I don't know. I thought I would recreate that. So that's what I'm going for here, you guys. But you certainly can skip this step. You certainly can just make nice edges and line the inside of your box, or you could leave it. You don't have to line the box, but I just thought it would be a nice little touch. And then I would have that yellow shining through for the eyes and the little feathers, and yeah, so that's what I decided to do. So there it is, and when I set it down, I noticed that this particular box lid was popping off a little bit. It wasn't as snug as the other one, so I decided to use some of this, I'm going to call it raffia. It is from a Dollar Tree hula skirt, one of those grass skirts, and I took a couple of strands and I am just tying it up a little bit like a gift. But instead of the large side of the box, I'm going to tie my little bow on the top of it so that it's got like a fun little thing going on the top. So I just tied a regular knot. I'm going to trim that off, and then I came back in with some extra strands of raffia and tied that on there too. I just decided I wanted to be a little bit more full than what I had with just those two original strands. So again, you do what makes you smile, right? So now I'm going to take all of that and I'm going to trim it off at the top so that it's all a little bit even, and we are good to go. I think this is so sweet. So I did the same thing with the lid of the other box, but on this one I'm going to wrap it with some of my orange buffalo check ribbon, and I'm just going to tuck in that end and glue it down onto my little box. And then I'm going to make just a little loop bow to set on the top of it. So I took that little teeny tiny piece and I'm gluing down that edge just so I have it centered. I know where I want it. Making my little loop again with the other piece of ribbon. I'm going to kind of roll it there and then tuck some glue in underneath there once I have it nice and secure. And just set that down into the hot glue. So there we have it. I love these little boxes. I think they are so cute. Please give me a thumbs up if you like them too. DIY number 41. So I am going to be using this heat transfer paper from Hiipoo. It is for dark fabric, and I have all of the instructions here on the back. I did notice though it says to print on the shiny side, but the shiny side actually has that blue grid on it, so you want to make sure that you are printing on the white side. Took me a little bit to figure it out. I guess I am just a little slower, at least I was that night, but I'm going to be using that as well as this fabric I've had in my stash. My mom had given this to me a while back. And so here are my heat transfers all printed out. This is 8.5 by 11, and it just prints right off of your inkjet printer. So I created these designs in Canva. If you're not familiar with Canva, it's a free software, and this is not an product placement. It's just something that's out there that I thought I would share because I use it all the time and I absolutely love it. But it's just called Canva, and I like to refer to it as graphic design for dummies because it's so easy and fun to use. So if you're looking for something along those lines, you might want to check it out. But I'm just cutting out my design. I'm using my little X-Acto knife to get slits in there so I can come in with my little detail scissors to get out some of the other white, because anything you leave behind from that white border is going to show up on your project. And so I'm just cutting out my words as well. And for the fall, I wanted to, and meaning the word fall, not the season, but I wanted to try to keep these letters together. So I kind of was doing them as being underlined, but I wasn't really keen on that because you can see my F actually is looking more like an E now. So I did go back and I fixed that in a little bit, and I'll show you what I did. So I am just measuring out my fabric. I ended up making it, I believe it was 17 inches wide by 14 inches tall. And I am just folding it over and then cutting along that fold. Now this was also doubled, so you can see I've got my fabric doubled. So it was 14 by 17 when doubled. And I'm going to be using that folded edge as the top of my pillow. So I have my little heat press pad underneath. I'm going to be using my mini easy press for this, but you can use an iron, you can use a heat press. There are instructions on the paper for both. And I do have a link in the description box for this with a discount code if that is of interest to you. But I am now arranging everything here on my fabric, and then I'm going to go ahead and peel the backing up off of the backing paper. So it's kind of like a thin vinyl, so you just want to be careful with it. It looks like I'm being much more rough with it than I am because this is sped up by about 3 times. So just take your time and be gentle with it. I decided I was going to do the pumpkin first, and I am just placing, I believe they called it grease-free paper. It's like a parchment paper, and it's just to protect the image while you iron it. And it says to iron it in a circular motion for about 2 minutes. So that is what I did. I think I wasn't actually timing myself. I think I did a little too long, and so I would be careful to make sure that you don't iron it for too long because you might get some of that image to start peeling up on your paper. So that was operator error because I was just wanting to make sure that it was really adhered. Now these little letters, they were very thin, and so obviously I had to kind of play with them. If you have something like the pumpkin where it's a solid image, it's much easier to manipulate, but I just went ahead and put it on my grease-free paper, and then I slid it onto my image once I had it about where I wanted it. Just got that straightened up again, and now I'm laying out my fall. So once I had my letters all arranged where I wanted them, I definitely was not liking that underline thing. So I decided I was going to hold them down, and I was going to clip out the little pieces that I didn't want in there. And it actually worked fine. So if I had another word that I were going to be putting down and I wanted to try and keep my letters spaced properly, I probably would actually do that again. It was a neat little hack that was completely accidental, but I was happy with it. So now I don't know if I pressed this a little too long also. Those were supposed to be like light gray, and I got some bleed of the green through it, but I actually did like the way that it turned out. It gave kind of this funky, cool ombre effect with my letters that I actually really liked. But just again, be aware that you don't want to over iron or over press it when you're working with lighter colors on a darker fabric, I would just say. So now I'm coming in with my glue gun to seal up the edges on my little pillow because I still have not fixed the tension on my sewing machine. One of these days you will see me sew and you're going to fall over and wonder what on earth happened that I actually got it fixed. But I sealed up the 2 sides, and now I'm sealing up 2/3 of the bottom. I'm leaving the middle section open, the middle third open. And once it was cool, I went ahead and flipped it right side out, making sure that I'm getting my corners all pushed out. And again, just taking my time so I don't end up ripping open the hot glue. I did notice there were a couple of little places that didn't quite catch with the hot glue. I probably wasn't working fast enough, so I just went back in and touched those up. Easy peasy, no problem. And then once that was cool, I went ahead and I used my fiber fill to stuff my little pillow. And I like leaving the middle of the bottom of the pillow open, so that way I can get all of that fiber fill into every single corner, and so I don't end up with a corner that's a little bit wonky. So once I had that all nice and stuffed, I'm just going to go ahead and tuck in that fiber fill away from the edge and then seal that up with my hot glue by putting that in there and just kind of pinching it and pulling it together. And I'm just adding a little bit more in there for a portion of it that I hadn't hit with the hot glue and just sealing that up. And it's all done, and I think this is just so cute, and you can put any image that you want on any fabric. It's awesome. DIY number 42. So I have a scrap piece of wood from my stash, one of the little wooden blocks. That one I think is from a pack from Hobby Lobby. They also have them at Dollar Tree that are a little bit larger. And now I am just pulling out some scrap pieces of paint sticks from my stash that I wanted in 3 different lengths. And I'm pulling out also a piece of little birch wood that I'd gotten from the from the Dollar Tree, and I had a little piece of a tumbling tower block. This is my pumpkin chalk paint by Home Decor. I'm just painting everything with my orange chalk paint. This is going to be a very minimalist set of little pumpkins, you guys. I decided I just wanted some extra little pieces that were relatively neutral, for lack of a better term, that I could include on my tiered tray. I really wanted my decals to take front and center, and so I didn't want a ton of extra little signs and things. You could certainly embellish these however you want. Mine are going to be super minimalistic. So my little paint sticks I am doing in a stacked manner. You saw me kind of offsetting them because I want these to be able to stand up on their own. So I figured if I did all 3 kind of offset with each other, they would have a better chance of being able to do that. So I just used my hot glue there, and now I have this twig that I had left over from a twig broom that I had pulled apart last year, and I am just creating some extra little stems for these tall skinny pumpkins. I had cut off a nice clean edge for the edge I was going to glue down, and then I broke off the stem for the part that's going to look like it was picked out of the garden, and I did the same thing for all 3 of those little pumpkins, and then I just glued them down with my hot glue. And so once I had that all set, I went back to my little grass skirt and I grabbed some more of what I'm going to call raffia. I don't know, is that really raffia? I don't know. Leave me a comment and let me know if that actually is what raffia is or if it's something completely different. I'm calling it raffia, but I went ahead and just tied a sweet little bow, and I'm gonna clip off my ends, and that's it for those little guys. I did decide to come back in on my 2 original block pumpkins, and I'm gonna give it some greenery. So I'm just cutting down some little leaves that I had, and I'm gonna attach those there. Now, I decided they really weren't the right shape, and I wanted to make them look a little bit more like they belonged on a pumpkin. So I went ahead and cut them the way that I wanted them. Would be much easier to do this before you glue them on, just saying, and live and learn. That's what I did for the next little pumpkin. So I cut it into the shape that I wanted, and then I went ahead and glued it down. So this is some wired twine from the Dollar Tree that I had left over in my stash. I'm just gluing with a teeny little bit of hot glue to each of the ends so that it doesn't unravel. And then once I had all my little strands done, I'm using a little dowel, wrapping them around the dowel, loosening it up a teeny little bit to make it look the way that I want it. And then I'm gluing down my little squigglies for my little pumpkins. And I did the same thing for the other one. And this doesn't have to be perfect. It can be like random with the way that the squiggles are, because if you think about it in nature, it's going to be extremely random and they're going to stick in different directions and do their own things. So again, whatever makes you happy. DIY number 43. So I have this sweater that I absolutely love, but I managed to get stains on the elbows. Goodness only knows what I leaned into, but it was on both elbows and I could not get it out. So we're gonna DIY with it. I am just cutting the sweater along the seams because I wanted to have a nice flat area that I could work with. So I'm gonna tuck those other little pieces away for future DIYs. But now I am taking the piece that I cut out and I am folding it up. Folded it in quarters, just trying to get it all nice and flat. I am keeping the shorter edges on the outside so that I can see where they are, so that when I cut this in a second, I won't end up, having a really weird shape. So I'm cutting it kind of at a little bit of a curve to attempt a circle. It does not need to be perfect. It is not perfect, and that's okay, but we've got a general round shape here. So I have these needles that I picked up at Joann's a while back. They were called doll needles, so it's got a nice large eye for the needle, and then the needle itself is about 4 inches long. So that was going to work out really well for what I'm trying to do here. I am using some of this twine that I had picked up at Habitat for Humanity. It's a little thicker than what I need, so I'm just pulling it apart. I wanted something that was going to be nice and strong, because in the past when I have worked on projects like this, my thread has not been strong enough and it ended up snapping on me. So I am trying to save myself the pain and trying to decide if I'm coming in from the inside or the outside. I ultimately decided on coming in from the inside, because that's where ultimately I want my knot to be, so that I can tuck my ends in and hide them. This is super easy, even if you are not a sewer. It's just a simple in and out and in and out. I've got this sped up about 3 times, you guys, so do not let it intimidate you if you are not a sewer. This is something anybody can do. So I'm just kind of gathering it up on my needle. You don't have to do that. I just had the length of the needle and I figured it would be faster to do it this way. So once my needle was all full, then I would just pull off the knitting or the fabric, whatever you want to call this, and slide my twine through so you can see the stitch work that's happening there. And that will not show later. That will be completely hidden. So I am going to do that all the way around the perimeter of my circle, and then I am going to kind of straighten out my ends, if you will. So I tied a knot in the end of that tail, and I'm just kind of evening everything out. I want 2 tails, so I'm pulling out that beginning end. Hopefully that makes sense. And I'm just going to go ahead and stuff this with fiberfill. I like to kind of floof up my fiberfill before I stuff things, so that's what I was doing there. And then once I get it to the level that I want, I'm going to pull my strings tight and go ahead and I'm going to tie those off. And you might need to just kind of help the fabric slide further down on the twine or the thread that you're using, because sometimes it just kind of gets a little jammed up when it gets super thick like that. So tying it off in a knot and tucking my ends into the inside of my little pumpkin. So it doesn't quite look like a pumpkin yet, but we'll get there. So I'm taking some of that twine that I had cut off before, and I'm taking another single layer of it and putting a really large knot in the end of that, because I want to make sure it is not going to pull through my fabric when I do this. So, because I'm going to be pulling on it quite a bit.
So I stuck my needle straight down through and pulled it around and then went back through again, and now I'm pulling tight. So you see how I did that? And then I'm going to do it again on the opposite side and stick it right down through. And every time I go back down through the center, I am going right next to where I've been working, but I am not going back through the same hole, because especially with that first hole that I made, I don't want to enlarge it to the point where my knot ends up being able to slip through. So I'm working in that same general little 1/4 inch area, but I'm making a new hole every time I go through. I don't know if what I'm saying is, I don't know if what I did would make a difference or not, but it made me feel better about what I was doing and that I was going to be a little bit more secure. Now, I had run out of my length of twine, so I had added on some more, and I'm just going to keep sectioning this off until I have 6 sections. And it was right about here that my memory card on my camera ran out of memory, and I did not realize it, and so I didn't know that it didn't continue to record. So at least you can see here my sections, and then I will show you in a second how I finished it. So this is the finished product. So I've got a couple of shells that I pulled out of this pack from Dollar Tree, and then I had these little birch wood pieces also from the Dollar Tree in my stash, and then I used a little bit more twine. So I just used hot glue and tucked that little birch stem down inside that opening hole. Sorry, I'm a little off screen there. And then I hot glued some of the shells there to serve as our little leaves. And then I made just a regular tie your shoe bow. And I'm showing you the bottom just so you can see how nice and neat it was. I did consider using the bottom as my top, but ultimately decided that I wanted to do it this way. But you can do it however you choose and with whatever colors you choose and whatever embellishments. I hope this gives you a little bit of inspiration. DIY number 44. So I have these paint stick pieces that were in my stash that I've kept from other projects, and I've got my home decor black chalk paint. I'm going to give all of these a good coat of my black paint, and then I'm going to set them aside to dry. Once they were dry, I decided I was going to try to use my Arteza paint marker to draw on these little eyes, and I wasn't quite getting the shape that I wanted by doing it by hand, and it wasn't as solid a white as I had hoped. And it's because I'm trying to put it on top of the black. So I came in with my home decor chalk paint in white Adirondack or Adirondack white, and was trying to go over it, and I just wasn't happy with the way that I was doing it. So I came in with a baby wipe and just wiped it all off and cleaned it up and touched up my black paint where I needed to. So now I have white vinyl, and these are leftover pieces of vinyl from my vinyl cutter and other projects I've done, and I'm just hand cutting some little eyes in the shape that I want for my little kitty cats here. So once I had the shape that I wanted, I went ahead and used that as a pattern and cut out the rest of them. And now I'm coming in with my Arteza marker. This is an acrylic paint marker in fluorescent green, and I am just creating the little green eyes. And once those were all dry, I peeled away the backing on my vinyl, and I placed down all of my little vinyl stickers essentially. And now I'm just coming in with a regular black Sharpie, and I am doing the little slitted pupils for my kitty cats. So then I pulled out a piece of adhesive felt. Yes, that's what that is. And I'm drawing on the back of it the shape of the ears that I want to create. And I'm going to create a front and a back for each ear because this is adhesive. So I'm going to stick the two sides together basically. And so you can see here I'm lining them up and making sure that they're all the same shape and same size. I did use some of these as a pattern again once I had them cut out the way that I wanted, and I just created multiples that way. So
went ahead and started peeling the backs off and sticking them together. And once I had those all done, I went ahead and I attached them to my kitty cat's ears. But right now I'm just checking to see how I want them to look and making sure that everything is going to work the way I want it to. So I've got all their ears set, just cleaning up my station a little bit here. And then I'm going to come in with some hot glue to apply the ears. So just a little dab of hot glue across the base of the ear and sticking it right on top on the glue stick. And I think I'm going to show you here in a second how I did that a little bit better. I'm sorry if you can hear Sammy rattling around in the back. He's hanging out with me as usual. But just going ahead and applying those ears on just to the top of the paint stick. So now I have my hula skirt or my little grass skirt from the Dollar Tree. I've been using this for a whole bunch of projects, but pulling off a piece of what I refer to as the raffia, and I'm going to tie it around my kitty cat's neck. Now I saw a larger version of these, I think it was on Etsy, and I want to do the full size of them. That's where I got the inspiration from. So when I do the full size, I will show you that inspiration picture, and because these are a little bit different than those, but I'm excited to do that full size set of kitty cats in a future video. So once I had my little knots tied with my raffia, I had gone ahead and trimmed it off. You probably saw that. Now I'm using some chenille stems or pipe cleaners, whatever you want to call them, and I'm curling up the bottom of the one end just to give it, you know, some area for adhesion. You saw that I dropped some hot glue on there, and I'm just attaching their little tails this way. Now, if I had to do this again, I would first add a little square block from the Dollar Tree, those little wooden squares, and use that for more stability. I'd paint it black and just then attach their tail, like wrap their tail around that, if that makes sense. Because this worked, but it wasn't nearly as stable as it probably would have been had I used a little block on the back end. So keep that in mind if you decide that you want to make these, and you might be well served by just having a little block or something to help them stand up a little bit more stably. And you'll see in a second how I did that and how they were a little bit wobbly. We made it work though. So you can see I'm kind of bending that pipe cleaner out so it has a bit of a kickstand, and then I'm securing it down with some hot glue. So now that they're standing up there, you can kind of see that little kickstand, and you see how it's a little wobbly. Just have to kind of get it to be bent the right way. But again, you could save yourself some trouble and put something else on the back end, but you can see how they're standing there. Now I'm just going to go ahead and shape the tail, and these little guys are all set and done. I just think they are adorable, but let me know what you think in the comments. DIY number 45. So I have this wonderful water slide decal paper that my friends from Hiipoo sent me. This is clear water slide paper, and I went ahead and I printed out some designs from my Cricut design studio, sprayed it a few times, actually 3 times, waiting 30 minutes between each coat with that matte clear coat, and now I'm going to go ahead and cut my images out. Now you could use your Cricut to cut it out. I decided just to do it by hand, and I am dropping my first decal into my water. It's got to sit in there for 30 to 60 seconds, and so I'm just cutting out a couple of extras while that is doing its thing. I am doing a mug, as you can see, for this first project. This is just a mug that I picked up from the Dollar Tree, nothing extraordinary. And so I'm going to apply some water to my surface, and I'm going to hold onto one end of my decal and slide the paper out from under. I was so amazed with how easy this was once I got the hang of it, because I did do some other projects you'll see later on. This was probably my 3rd or 4th project, so I'd finally gotten the hang of it. I loved this one the most, so I thought I would show it to you first, and you'll hear some more about my little pitfalls later. But I thought this was so sweet. Fall, sweet fall, and keep in mind that I have this sped up by about 3 times, so I am really going gently over these little decals with my paper towel. So just take your time. Once you have them placed on where you want it, they will slide a little bit. I'm just gently dabbing them. You could see how that one was still sliding a little bit. So you can reposition them to some extent. And then I'm gently just sweeping the water out from under them, holding the decal in place in some instances, and just getting all that excess water out. Look at how sweet. I love this. It is not dishwasher safe though. You want to hand wash these, and then you can also bake them in the oven, set them up a little bit more. And my friends at Hiipoo have given us a 40% off coupon, which you will find in the description box. DIY number 46. So I have a bunch of picks from the Dollar Tree. These are some things that Kim picked up for me. Very excited. And then I was also showing you this little, it looks like a double shot glass to me, but the Dollar Tree says it's a dessert cup. I think it came in a pack of 6, if I'm not mistaken. So I am taking one of them. I started to pull my black chalk paint, and then I decided on my Java. So this is Java by Home Decor. I just gave that one good coat of paint. And now I'm taking my little pumpkin. This is one of my larger pumpkin picks. And I cut down the little skewer a little bit, and then you saw me just pull off the stem. Now I'm using one of these other wired pumpkins. I pulled the stem off of that. Started to cut that wire. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to ruin my scissors. Let's use my wire cutter. And I decided I wanted to make this little guy a different color. So I grabbed my plaster chalk paint by Waverly, and I gave it 2 coats of paint. Cut my little wire down a little bit more, and I'm sticking my little pumpkins together. So I just jammed that wire into where the stem had been originally. So easy peasy. Then I'm taking my smaller little pumpkin, and I'm going to cut that stem down, not the stem, the pick part. I'm sticking that in again where the stem had been for the other pumpkin. So we're just making a cute little mini pumpkin topiary. I love this. So I've got a little tiny piece of floral foam from my stash. You know, even when you've got tiny pieces of stuff, you guys, save them for your minis, because you never know what you're going to need. And then I am going to come in with some of my floral picks. I'm pulling them apart. They're kind of sticking up funny, and I've got to solve for that in a second. But I'm just trying to get a feel for whether these are even a little too large. I'm playing around with them, trying to decide which pieces I want to use. I really love these mini mums. I think they are so cute. And then I don't know what this other little flower is called, but it again is from the Dollar Tree, and you can see I'm trying to manipulate them, and I was having a little bit of a challenge with it, but never fear, because we figure it out, and I'll show you exactly what I did so that you struggle a little bit less than you see me doing with this project. So I did go ahead and try and tuck my pumpkin down on my stack of pumpkins, I should say, down on here in a second. Yeah, because I wanted to see just dimensionally, is that the word I want? I wanted to see whether it was just too big, and I decided, yeah, it really was. So see that little squiggly thing coming out of there? I decided I really like those little tendril things. Here's my fix. So I've got my my heat gun, and they are so, they're plastic, right? And there are no wires in there. So the heat gun melts them just enough, and you got to be careful not to melt them too much, because you'll melt them to the point that they just like come apart, like they break wherever you're trying to melt them and bend them. But if you heat them up just enough, you can bend them in the direction that you want them to go, and as they cool, they will stay that way, right? So that's what I'm doing here. I'm just getting them all kind of to relax down and kind of flow over the edge of our little topiary pot, for lack of a better term. Then you saw I just pulled the greenery off of those little yellow flowers, and I stuck my pumpkin stem right down through there, so they had a little base of greenery that's going to serve them well in a minute. Taking some floral moss. I've been making such a mess with the moss lately, you guys, but glued that down inside. And now I am going to start gluing in some of these flowers. I just found that it was easier to try to get the flowers in them and in there and glue them down before I put the pumpkins on. I had tried to put the pumpkins on and tried to see if I could tuck flowers in underneath it, and it just wasn't serving me well. I couldn't get the flowers to lay the way that I wanted them, and I did end up like here needing to use my heat gun some more to get them to relax and kind of flop over rather than stick straight up. And then every once in a while you'll see me, like I just did, testing my pumpkin and trying to see if it's to the point that I want it or if I need to add in some more florals. So I just continued along that path until I got it to where I wanted it. And just used my hot glue gun. Now the hot glue, you do need to be careful with that also, especially on some of these that have more delicate stems, because it will also melt those little stems. So just be aware of that. So now I'm happy with it. Oop, my little greenery fell off, but I had stuck some hot glue down in there, and now I'm tucking my pumpkin down in. So now it's where I want it pretty much. It did actually go in and put in one more flower. Used my little hot glue to assist me in getting it to where oh, nope, heat gun. I was wrong. I thought I went in with my my hot glue, but I used the heat gun again. So now I am using my gold marker from the Dollar Tree. If I had it to do again, I would have done this first. I don't know why I didn't do it first, because I did have every intention of doing this all along. So just make things easier for yourself and do your design before you put your florals and your pumpkin in. Obviously I have these in nice and secure, you can see, because I'm turning it sideways and it's not falling off. But I essentially, and I know it's hard to see right now, but I essentially did a squiggly line around the middle. You can see it a little bit better there. And then I put little leaves all along it. And now at the bottom, I'm just doing just a little stripe along the very bottom edge to give it a little bit more, I don't know, interest. And then I did go back and I gave my little vine with leaves another coat just to make it a little bit more visible. So you can see me doing that now. But you can put whatever design on here you want, and you can use whatever colors you want. Use your imagination and make it your own, and I would love to see what you make. So here it is, super cute. Let me know what you think. DIY number 47. So for this project, I have a piece of wood from a bag of wood pieces from the Dollar Tree and my white Adirondack home decor chalk paint. I'm just going to give this one really good coat of paint. When it's dry, I'm coming in with some more decals. Now, the reason I keep showing you all of these different decal projects, I wanted to try these out on various types of I want to say medium. So I did it on ceramic, I did it on a glass, and now I'm doing it on painted wood. Now, I did not know how it was going to work with the water on the chalk paint. So that is just something to keep in mind. I did not anticipate it going on as slick, and I was really not sure how the chalk paint was going to interact with the water. So it worked fine, but I would say that with this particular decal, I ended up having it look a little bit more rustic and distressed, which I was really okay with because we do a lot of farmhouse stuff on this channel, right? So it actually turned out pretty sweet. So that second decal, you can see probably because I put down a little bit extra water. I was a little hesitant when I put down our little squirrel, but when I saw that the chalk paint wasn't like bleeding or any of that, I put down a little bit of extra water on that second decal, and that worked a little bit better and didn't distress as much. But just know you can distress it if you'd like to, which I thought was kind of cool. So once I had everything completely dry, I came back in with my baker's twine in yellow. This is from the Dollar Tree. And I just wrapped it around both sides, probably about 10 or 12 times. And then I just tied it off in the back and tucked my little tails under. So I did that on this side, and then I went ahead and I did it on the other side. And I'm sorry if you can hear little chains rattling. That is Sammy running around doing his thing. I don't know. So if you can hear that in the background, I apologize. But then I went ahead and pulled out some little wood beads from my stash. I am gluing them onto the back of my little sign because I wanted it to be able to stand up by itself. And I just left them natural. You can certainly paint them. I chose not to. I thought that they would be just as pretty, just left the way that they were. And that's it. DIY number 48. So this is the piece I'm starting with. My sister had picked this up for me in a recent Dollar Tree haul. I was so excited. If you didn't get a chance to see that and you'd like to, I'll leave a link for it here so you can just click on that little link that popped up and it'll take you to the haul video. But I am cleaning up this little panda bear watermelon thing, and I ripped off all of the front of it. Now, if this weren't a tiered tray, I might just cover it up with something. I want this to be a double-sided sign, essentially. So I am removing all of that paper off of there. I basically just wet it. You saw me literally dump water on it, and I'm using a baby wipe to scrub it. And you can see the adhesive actually appears to be water soluble. It kind of melted away with the water, and I was able to clean it all off. So then I just used my heat gun to dry it up. Worked like a charm. You can see how it's drying it real nice. And then I'm going to come in with my pumpkin chalk paint, and I am going to kind of give it a little bit of a shape here. So as I mentioned, I do want this to be a double-sided sign. So everything that I do on the front side, I am going to mirror on the back side. And when I say mirror, it's actually going to be the opposite from the front, because it's going to be like you turned it over and you're looking at the back of the thing, right? So it won't be going in the same direction, it would be going opposite direction. And yeah. So hopefully I'm explaining that well. So I did give it a second coat of paint, and I'm just thinking about how I want to execute on the rest of this, because I know exactly what I want to do, but just trying to think it through as I go here. So I'm using the shape of this cutout wood to my benefit as best as I can, to the best of my ability. I'm just drawing the little stem right now, coming up over the top of it, because again, I want this to be like a three-dimensional pumpkin is essentially what we're creating. So you can see here I'm doing the same thing on the opposite side, but it's mirrored, right? So you can see it's going the opposite direction because it's the back of the piece, right? So if you think about the letter L, if you've got the L, you look at the front side of it, you flip it over, it's backwards, right? So you're looking at the back side of it. That's the best way I can explain. So then I wanted to come in with some of my fern chalk paint, and this, you can't really see it too well here perhaps, but there is a little bit, and here you're going to see it better, the way that it's cut out. It's almost like the perfect area for a leaf. If you look at that bottom area, you can see it a little bit better. Like, hopefully I'm explaining this properly. It's been a long day, you guys, when I'm doing this voiceover. But I'm just coming in and I'm filling in that area with my fern chalk paint, kind of creating like a little squiggle along the side there to kind of give the shape of my leaf. And then I'm just using the cut edges to my advantage. Filling all of that in, did the same thing on the other side. And now I decided I'm going to make those little squiggly, curly Q thingies that come off of pumpkins sometimes. Would you call that a vine? I'm not really sure. Again, I'm following the edges of the cutout, using that to my advantage. Now, as I'm doing this, I'm looking at it and I'm trying to decide what I'm going to do with the background. That darker wood color, I'm not really liking it so much. And I'm thinking, you know what, it needs some sort of a different background color. I'm still thinking about it here and working my way through. And then finally, see, think.
Yeah, I need something else. So I decided I was going to come in with my white, and this is my Adirondack white chalk paint. Sammy is here with me. Sorry, his little chain is jingling. And I just filled in that whole area that is not pumpkin. And so I went ahead and did the back side of it first. And then I was thinking I would be able to kind of come in around the green squiggles that I had already done. And I pretty quickly gave up on that. I figured, you know what? I will just repaint those because it was just like a little bit more trouble than it was worth, you know, trying to make my way around all those little lines I'd created. So I went ahead and painted over it, and here I am coming back in and redoing those little lines. So you could probably see a little bit better how I was doing that too now, and just following the edge of the cutout. And I did that on both sides again, and so the one side is just mirroring the other. And now I'm coming in with my pencil and I am going to draw my words. And I'm only doing the words on the one side. And again, you know, I always talk about drawing my letters because this is not my handwriting, you guys. It really is like drawing a picture. So if any of you have ever gotten a letter or a card from me, you know that what you're about to see is definitely not my handwriting. So I am just using my pencil. I am going really slow. You can see how slow I'm going, and this is sped up about 3 times. So be patient with yourself. Use a pencil if you feel like you need to have something to you know, rely on as a guide. And with the pencil, you can always erase it, right? If you do something that you don't like, you can always erase it, and it's not permanent. Even the paint isn't permanent. You can always paint over it and do it again, right? But I did my pencil, and now I'm just going right over the pencil lines with my Arteza acrylic paint marker. And I thought I was so clever doing this, you guys. I am sure that I am not the first person to think of this little saying, but I just was very pleased with, with myself. So hello, gourd. Jess, you see what I did that there? I'm still writing it out, so you can't even see the the whole word right now, but yeah, I cracked myself up. I'm like self-entertained a lot of the time. So, yeah, I hope that you bear with me. But here it is. So, hello, gourd, Jess. You get it? But I'm coming in and I'm doing my faux calligraphy now. If you followed me, you've probably seen how I do this, and you probably have seen other crafters do it as well. But essentially on your downstrokes, wherever you're drawing down on your letters, that's where you're going to make them a little bit thicker, and it creates a faux calligraphy. And this is really something you can practice, you know, if you've not done it before and you're intimidated by it. I really encourage you to give it a shot, even just with a ballpoint pen on a piece of paper. You know, write out a word and then just fill in your downstrokes with a thicker line and then just color in between. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying when I describe it that way. But practice with a ballpoint pen and you'll see how pretty it is and how easy it is to do if you just take your time and just draw the letters the way that you want them to look. But I think this is super cute. Let me know what you think. DIY number 49. So for this project, I have these little tea light holders from the Dollar Tree. Got them all cleaned up because they've been sitting in my stash for a little while. And so got those prepped. And now I am taping them off because I want to paint just the bottoms of them. Now I was struggling with trying to figure out how to tape these off properly because they are tapered. They are not straight up and down at the top there, and so the tape doesn't go on smoothly. I finally realized if I focused on the bottom area, I could then just trim off the excess overhang.
I'm hoping that you can see what I'm talking about here, because when you put the tape on the way I did, it goes on at an angle because of the tapering. So I did that with all 3 of them. You can see how I just trimmed off the extra and then just made sure that that seal was nice and snug. And then I just made sure that I covered up the tops so that none of the paint was going to get in there. I'm using that box that I used earlier, this time using my metallic gold and giving everything a really nice coat of the gold spray paint. Once I had the bottoms covered, I went ahead and I flipped them over and I got the other side as well. Now you want to do this in a ventilated area. Want to just follow the instructions on the paint can and all of that fun stuff. And then once they were dry, I went ahead and pulled off my tape and I was looking good. Very happy with how those turned out. So now I have a bunch of picks from the Dollar Tree and I am just going to identify some of these fall little flowers that I want to wrap around the bases of my candle holders. And I'm just going to come in. If you watch me, you know that I tend to love to pull apart my picks. This is going to be no different. Literally pulling apart little pieces, piecing them back together, and building them up around the base of my candle holder. So you can use any types of flowers you want. You could use little pip berries and wrap those around the base. Just your imagination is going to take you to whatever place makes your heart happy. So I just did that with all 3 of them, built the little flowers up around the bases, and just used a little bit of hot glue here and there as needed until it was the way that I wanted it. And here they are. Let's take a look. DIY number 50. Okay, so I have another set of decals. I did cut these all down in different pieces because I'm going to be putting them on a stemless glass, wine glass, and I thought they would probably adhere better without wrinkling because of the way that the glass is shaped. Now, I am including this to show you my faux pas. This was the very first time I tried to use the water slides, you guys. So I'm showing you this to show you that it really is not difficult. This was the first time I ever tried. Definitely had some operator error here though, right? So one thing I will say, because this is a clear decal paper, it's translucent, so you can kind of see through my letters there. So if you want something that's nice and solid, you would definitely want to go for a white paper. But if you like the look of having it be translucent, then this is definitely it. I will say that you can see on the clear glass some of the clear material around the words. So just keep that in mind. Now, being that it was my first time doing this, I wasn't thinking about the fact that I probably shouldn't be using the same cloth that I used to clean the glass with rubbing alcohol. It was starting to break down my picture. So don't use rubbing alcohol on the actual image. Probably should have occurred to me before I started this project. Again, operator error. So the other thing I realized was that I left my little ghosts in the water way too long. 30 to 60 seconds is all you need. They were probably in there for a couple of minutes, and as a result they started to separate from the backing paper and they started folding over on themselves. Total operator error. I messed this up. Had I just waited until I was ready to use them and dropped them in the water for the 30 seconds, I would have been okay. Now, I finally gave up on it. I couldn't get them unfolded. This is definitely a fail, but I wanted to leave it in to show you how it would work on a regular glass. So it definitely works. Just do as I say, not as I do. But so then I went ahead and moved on. This was my second attempt, and this one came out so sweet. I love it. I think it looks store-bought. You know, not to toot my own horn. I was so impressed with how this decal worked. So this is just a little ceramic sign from the Dollar Tree. I cleaned it up, used rubbing alcohol. Now I'm using a clean paper towel to dab out all of the water after I had slid it on the way that you've seen me do on the other projects. and just very gently sweeping the water out from under it. Now keep in mind, again, this is sped up 3 times. I am being very gentle here. You can kind of, this is how gentle I was being because this is real time now. But look at how nice that came out, and you don't really notice the clear material around the outside of the image on the white background. So really, really like this a lot. I'm coming in with some of my Dollar Tree ribbon because I decided it just needed a little bit something extra. And I've got my grass skirt again, and I'm just tying a few strands of that in with my ribbon to create a cute little, I can't really call it a bow, it's a knot, but it's gonna serve as my little bow. I'm just gonna trim everything down and get it looking the way I wanted it. And then once I did have it all trimmed down here, I'm still trimming away, I decided it needed a little bit something more. I wanted more of that raffia. I'm still calling it raffia, you guys. I don't know if that's what it is or not. But so I cut down a few extra strands. I literally just twisted it there. I did not create another knot. And this was after playing with it a lot. I was trying to tie it with my little knot. It wasn't working out, right? So I messed with it for a while. Finally settled on twisting it and just gluing it down and then adding my little knot / bow. And there you have it. DIY number 51. This is my inspiration picture, also from the Hobby Lobby. This is my first time trying watercolors, you guys. So this is a little watercolor paper pack that I picked up, I believe from Michael's for $7.99. I was showing you my Dollar Tree tempera watercolors. Now, I looked these up online, and I did see a YouTube video of a gentleman who happens to be an art teacher from what I gathered, and I will link his video in my description box as well because he talked a little bit more about the paints, and he explained that tempera and watercolors are usually 2 different things. They are not normally one and the same. So I was gonna go ahead and give these a try anyway. I am just blending out all of my colors. So I wanted to make sure I had an orange, I wanted a couple of different shades of green, I wanted a purple, I wanted a kind of a grayish blue, and I wanted a cranberry color. And so as I was blending these together, I used more or less of the different colors to get to the shades that I wanted. And then you're gonna see in just a second, I'm actually gonna start blending some of these colors together to get them to the tones that I wanted. I wanted more muted fall tones rather than that bright orange that I had there before. And then I did go back and I added in some white to some of these shades just to get them to the tones that I wanted. So then I went ahead and I just went for it, you guys. So I started with my orange, with my pumpkin, and you might see me reaching forward to wake up my little phone because I am using that inspiration picture to kind of give me an idea of where I want to place things and the colors that I want to be using and all of that fun stuff. Now I am speeding this up quite a bit. It's at about 6.5 times regular speed. So please know I do not paint this quickly. Like I said, this is my first attempt at using watercolor, although I acknowledge these aren't exactly watercolors. I did enjoy working with them. The tempera paint is, and I did add a lot of water to these. So in some instances, I got them to be a little bit more translucent, like real watercolors would be, but they were a little bit, I don't know, can you say the color is thicker? Hopefully I'm making sense. A little bit less transparent, perhaps, is a better way to describe it. But I did go ahead and continue through with the various colors. I did notice that when I used a single color on its own, it tended to look a little bit flat. So you will see me coming in here from time to time and using different colors on top of the color that I've already laid down. And I was just trying to give the image a little bit more dimension. So hopefully I've got this going at a speed that isn't going to bore you to tears, but at the same time is allowing you to see exactly what it was that I was doing. And this is the sort of project that you can really make your own. You can use completely different colors. You can use a completely different design. Anything that you see in a magazine or, you know, in another store. You know, the sky is the limit. Whatever your imagination leads you to is just going to be fantastic. As I said, this is my first time using watercolor. You all who have been following me for a while know I always claim that I am not a painter. If I can do this, you can do this. I don't know. I guess maybe I do have a little bit of an eye for color, which might help me here and there, but sincerely, if you've never tried this before, I encourage you to give it a shot, because what's the worst thing that can happen, right? And I am fairly certain that you'll have a lot of fun with it. So while I continue to work my way through the painting here, I just wanted to thank everybody for your continued support. I sincerely appreciate all of the well wishes that you all have been extending my way after I announced that I'd gotten married last week. So thank you so much. I only do have 3 projects for you today. I honestly wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to get this video done in time, because I live in New Jersey, and if you've been watching the news, we got hit pretty hard with Ida after it kind of did its job on the south. So my heart goes out to everyone who was in the path of the storm. Here in New Jersey, we did lose power in my town for just shy of 24 hours, and we weren't expecting to get the power back on as quickly as we did. So my sincere thanks to all of the people that are out there repairing power lines and helping to put things right and assisting people with flooding. I was very fortunate personally that my home is in a higher area where we didn't have flooding, but just down the hill from where I live in the town proper in Lambertville, there was significant flooding, and we know a lot of people who are out of homes. It's absolutely devastating. So please keep everyone in your thoughts. I know that a lot of people have been impacted by major storms, not just this past week, but in recent months as well. And my heart goes out to every single one of you. I just hope that you're all staying safe and taking care of one another. So we are coming up on the finishing touches of the painting here, and once I had that all done, I did make sure that I went ahead and signed my art. I guess I haven't quite gotten to that point here, but some of you have been very kind in reminding me that you always want to sign your artwork, so make sure that you do that. And just added some extra finishing touches to some of the colors as well. And I hope that you'll forgive me if my voiceover here isn't exactly lined up with what you're seeing on the screen. I found that due to the fact that I had sped it up so much because I wanted to be able to get through this while allowing you to see what I did, my software couldn't keep up very well. And so my video kept freezing, because what I do is I watch my video and I talk to you about my video to create my voiceover so that I can see what it is that I am saying, and I don't know. That's what I normally do. So now I am seeing myself write my name. Hopefully that's what you just saw me doing. If this is a little out of sync, I hope that you'll forgive me and know that I'm doing my best to keep everything together here for you so that it makes sense. So just a few more finishing touches, I think, here, and then we're going to be moving on to framing it up and getting it ready to display. So as I was wrapping things up here, I guess what is it that I want to say? So I did let it dry completely before I moved on to the next step. So, oh, yes, and I forgot about this part. So I did wait for it to dry, and if I'm honest, I used my heat gun, so I helped it to dry. And then I was trying to figure out where I was going to put my thankful. Obviously, I had painted too much down below, so I had to adjust vis-a-vis the inspiration picture, and I'm penciling it in up top. Once I had that all penciled in and looking the way I wanted it, I came in with my rose gold marker that I had picked up from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just tracing over my lines. I didn't trust myself to do it just freehand because I didn't want to ruin my, my watercolor painting. I was a little proud of myself with my first attempt. Is it perfect? No. Is it fine art? No. But you know what? I actually am really loving this. So it makes my heart happy. And you know what? That's the most important thing with crafting, because we do it for the fun of it, right? So do what makes your heart happy. You can see me doing my faux calligraphy, just making the downstrokes thicker, and now we are ready to frame it. So I have some scrapbook paper here, and I have a frame in my stash that my sister had given me. And I am going to pull out that cardboard and use it to help measure my scrapbook paper. Now, it was a little short on the sides, so I'm just using that extra piece. I'm going to trim it down to the same height as the other piece, and then I'm just going to split it in half so that I can use a little strip of it on either side, because I want it to be symmetric, just in case you can see that it's not one solid piece. But quite honestly, I thought it ended up blending quite well. So once I had it all cut down, I went ahead and flipped it all over, and I'm lining everything up so that I can just secure it with a little bit of Scotch tape, because I don't want it to slip around inside the frame. So making sure it's all lined up, just one little piece of Scotch tape, and there we go, just so it's tacked down so it's not going to go anywhere. And then I'm going to go ahead and center my little piece of art. I'm going to use a little bit of tape on the back of it, just kind of rolled that up so that it made like a double-sided kind of tape, and tacked that down as well. Pop it into my frame, and that's it. So easy to make it look really pretty when it's all done. And there it is, and I'm admiring it there for a second. I love this. Oh, makes my heart happy. Let me know what you think in the comments. DIY number 52. So I have this from my sweet subscriber Rose, and I am just going to use my spackle here to fill in a couple of the holes that were left from, it was like a little metal plate that was on it. And so this goes on pink and it dries white, so you know when it's dry. I think I picked it up from Lowe's or Home Depot. I honestly don't remember where I got it. I don't think it was Dollar Tree, although they do sell spackle. And then I'm measuring it. This was 4 inches by 5 inches, and I just needed the dimensions for creating my design, which I did on in my Cricut design studio. You could also use Canva, which is free, whatever you want to do. So now I'm giving it a coat of paint with my plaster chalk paint, and of course I have to do the back also because it's going to be standing up on my tiered tray. And before I had painted it, you did see me with my little sandpaper. Now I did seal this. I was just showing you, this is the Aleene's matte clear coat spray, only because I'm using a water slide and I want to make sure that my paint doesn't get impacted by the water. So this is the design that I had created. You absolutely can have your Cricut cut it out if that's of interest and you have a Cricut. But if you don't have a Cricut, all you need is a LaserJet printer. And I'm leaving you a link here in case you didn't see the how-to on my water slide projects. So I've done a couple of videos now on water slides, and I've got step-by-step instructions. So if you want to click through on this link, you'll be able to see exactly all of the details. But I'm looking at this, I'm like, you know what, it looks a little bit boring. I think it needs a little something more. So I grabbed my Waverly chalk paint in Fern, and I'm just taping it off with my painter's tape on top and bottom. And then I had every intention once I had the top stripe done and the top side, you'll see in a second I do the side, and then the same thing with the bottom, my intention was let it dry, take the tape off, let it dry, and then put the tape back down and do the other sides. But as I peeled off the tape here, I started looking at it and I started questioning whether I wanted to do the sides. So I put my decal back on here and I'm like, you know what? I kind of like it just like that. And so I thought about it a little bit more and I decided, you know what? I am just going to leave it like that because I think I like it like that. So put my paint away and I moved on. So now I've got my water there. You can see my little decal curling up in the water. It needs to stay in the water for 30 to 60 seconds. And once it is good to go, you can transfer it over onto your project. So I'm going to take a little bit of water and I'm going to dab water on my project just to also help with the gliding, because that way you can kind of slide it around and get it exactly where you want it. So once it's good to go, and remember, I've sped this up about 3 times, so that's why it didn't seem like I left it in there for 30 seconds. But you just slide the backing out from under it. Of course, I was moving a little too fast and not paying attention, and the top of my H kind of got caught there and curled under itself. But not to fear, I have a fix for that a little bit later because I did end up damaging it a little bit. But you can see that it does slide around on your surface, so you can get it lined up, get it exactly where you want it, and then I'm just using my paper towel to gently squeegee all of the water out of it. So here I am coming with my Arteza chalk, or this might have been my chalk marker. I can't remember if it was the chalk or the acrylic. I'm not sure, but the little marker did the trick. So then I did have some spots where I had been pulling a little bit too hard on my decal to kind of stretch it a little bit to get it smoothed out, and I ended up cracking the image again. This is operator error, you guys. So I had another Arteza paint marker. I think the other one was acrylic because I think this one was chalk paint, and I was impressed with how close the color was. So I went ahead, when it was wet, it was exactly the right color, but then as it dried, it got a little bit darker, so I decided to just go ahead and fill in all of the letters, and I just left a little bit of a border of that original decal, just because I wanted to make sure that it all looked uniform. So once I got that all filled in and looking nice and pretty, that was it, you guys. So, oh, hello, fall. I think this is so cute. DIY number 53. So I have this little crate from the Dollar Tree. I'm just going to get it prepped, and then I'm going to give it a good coat of paint with my Adirondack white chalk paint by Home Decor. Now I've got my sunny porch. This is also chalk paint by Home Decor, and I'm giving that middle stripe, or what do you call that? You know what I mean. A coat of the sunny porch. This is my pumpkin chalk paint. Now I either should have done the bottom with the orange, or I should have realized that I was going to need to do the top orange, because these are supposed to be like a little mini book stack, right? So whatever that top slat, that is the word I was looking for before. I had done the yellow slat and then the orange slat. But whatever that top slat was going to be, that's what the top needed to be, because these are supposed to be like little mini books, right? So I'm coming in, once everything was dry, I did give that 2 coats of paint. But I've got my Arteza acrylic paint marker, and I am writing my word on backwards. And the reason I did that was because I wanted to make sure that I ended up at a certain place on the right side. I was a little less concerned with my or, but when I was writing out trick, and the same thing with treat here, I wanted to make sure I had enough room, and that I didn't also end up with a big gap that wasn't uniform. So I just wrote my words backwards. So neat little trick there if you ever need help with your spacing. And when you use your Arteza paint markers, if you use the alternate tip, make sure you remember to flip it back around so you don't squish it when you put the lid on. I'm famous for doing that. So here I have this little pick that I picked up from the Hobby Lobby several years ago. It's been in my stash. I cut down the wire. I apologize for being off frame here, you guys. I tried to adjust my camera to get closer to my projects for you, and I'm not used to to where I need to stay. So I had trimmed off that wire, and then I tucked it down underneath that fatter part of the pick just to give it a nice clean edge. Now I'm using my Dollar Tree green gingham ribbon. Try and say that 5 times fast. Green gingham ribbon. And I am tying that around our little book stack and also securing the pick with it and just making sure that my knot is nice and tight. And then I'm going to come in with some more ribbon. I just did 3 loops on either side to create a little bow. And then, you know what, I don't know what I was thinking because I did this the hardest possible way. I am sure that when you do this, you will be able to do it in a way that is much easier. At first I thought I was going to be able to just use my little tails that were already there, flip them under. I normally have a neat trick with this, but the fact that I'd already tied a knot in it that was attached to the box, it wasn't giving me the play that I needed for this to work properly. So I took that last little piece of ribbon that I still had and I fashioned a little piece to go around the middle of the ribbon to make it look like a neat little bow. So, like I said, you know what, in hindsight, I should have just done that around the ribbon itself and then glued the whole thing, or, you know, around the loopy ribbon bow thing to create that center and then just glue the whole thing down. But you know what, I guess I just needed an extra challenge this night. So I'm just coming in with some extra glue to make sure that my pick is secure. And then that's it, you guys. I'm loving this one too. DIY number 54. So this is a Dollar Tree foam pumpkin. I've got my crystal Waverly chalk paint, and I am going to be cutting into this carvable pumpkin. I think I've seen Jessica Lynn from Jessica Lynn at Home do something similar. I think she did an arrangement like this last year. I think it was Jessica, but I might be mistaken. So, and if you are not familiar with her, you will want to check her out. She is fantastic. But I'm just prepping my pumpkin. Probably could have done that more safely, so just be careful if you're going to carve these things. Giving it 2 good coats of my crystal chalk paint and getting it all set. Once it's dry, I've got my Dollar Tree picks that I'm going to use, as well as a pool noodle, and I'm just going to cut off a little section of the pool noodle to use as floral foam. It is denser than floral foam. It's a little harder to work with, but it's definitely doable and more economical because you get a lot more of it for $1. So using a whole bunch of hot glue, I'm going to secure that down into the bottom of my pumpkin shell, and now I'm going to come in with my picks. And if you've watched my channel for any amount of time, you know I love to cut apart my picks. I just find that it's easier to work with them, and I can kind of get them to do more of what I want if I'm working with them in smaller pieces. So I'm working around the very base of the edge of my pumpkin vase, if you will. And so I'm starting out with all these cute little leaves. I found these when I was at Dollar Tree with my friend Devin, Freckled Mom. I was up in Boston on vacation, and she and I got together because she lives in that area. It was so fun to meet her, and we were so excited to see these little leaves. That was where we found them. And I'll be doing a haul at some point with all of the goodies that I found while I was up there. But for now, I'm going to use them in my project. So I've also got these blue hydrangeas that I'm tucking in. And I am starting from the outside and working my way in. And as I go, I'm also going to be building up the center. So starting low at the edges and then working my way in and building it up taller at the middle. So that's where I'm starting to build this a little bit here with some more of the leaves.
and then I'll go ahead and layer in some more of the hydrangea. And again, this is something where you can use whatever colors you want. If you are not into the blues and the whites, you could totally use regular traditional fall colors. You can use whatever flowers you want. The only limit is your imagination, right? So please take this as inspiration and create something that is going to make your heart happy. I'm now using these little flocked balls to add a little bit more interest. I think they are so cute. I heard Sammy from Unicorn Dust Designs talking about them, and I was so excited when I saw them up in New England, so I had to grab them. I just think that they are so cute. And I think the tag said flocked balls. I don't know if that's the technical term for them. I don't know what exactly they are supposed to be, but I think they are super fun and super cute. And so I decided to pop them in here and go with it. And you'll notice that the greenery on the stems, I do slide that up. I like to keep a lot of the leaves and the greenery on at times, just to kind of give it a little bit more fullness and just a little bit more dimension. So I'll just slide those up a little bit to help the arrangement. And there you go. There she is. I love this, and I hope you do too. DIY number 55. So I have a couple of paper towel holders from the Dollar Tree. I have a glass vase or candle holder. I think they tend to be interchangeable. We're going to use it as a candle holder today. And I just popped off the bottoms of those my goodness, the bottoms of the paper towel holders. And you can see I'm just making sure that they go down over my glass candle holder. I'm measuring the height of this, which was about 9 inches. So I'm showing you it's 9 inches. It's also for my benefit because I tend to forget things like that when I'm doing my voiceovers. But I am measuring the circumference of my little, what will be my frame. And I'm going to cut down my lampshade paper. If you saw last week's video, you know that I created a Pearson cut lampshade, and this is going to be a similar project. I'm just measuring it all off. It's going to be a perfect rectangle, basically, because my top and my bottom are going to be the same radius. So it's almost like a cylinder shape that we're creating here. So I'm cutting this down. I'm just matching up my ends, making sure that it's looking all even, and it does. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to my next step. So I'm taking a piece of parchment paper. You could use printer paper, whatever you want to use. I'm just measuring off where my edges are so I know how large my image can be. Now, I'm going to hand draw an image that I want to put on my little candle cover, if you will. And you don't have to hand draw something. You could create something on your computer and print it off. You could do something on Canva. You could find something in a coloring book that you could use. So use your imagination, and whatever image you come up with, you can certainly use that. I've been known to take images off of bedspreads, so just kind of traced the flower print, and used that if I wanted to match the decor in a particular room. So as I am doing this, you'll notice I am making sure that I am creating broken lines, and that is for when we go to cut this out. You don't want any of your lines to be connected more than at 3 points. Hopefully that makes sense, because if you think about it, like with a stencil, you need to make sure that your image remains intact. You don't want to end up with holes in this. So I'm going to be going through this a little bit faster than I did last week, but if you want a little bit more step-by-step detail, feel free to check out my video from last week where I did the lampshade with the sailboat, and I will leave a link in my description box for that video so you can find it easily.
So now I am using my Arteza carbon paper. It's actually graphite paper, excuse me. Graphite paper, and I am tracing my image that I've just hand drawn onto my lampshade paper. This is the inside of the shade. Okay, and now these are just watercolors from the Dollar Tree, nothing fancy, and I'm coming in and I am going to paint over my image. You want your color to be nice and dark, and I probably didn't do it as dark as I should have here, especially considering I'm using this for a candle, which won't have as much light as a light bulb normally would. So when you paint the inside of these shades, it offers a really soft, pretty color when you turn the light on, because it shines through from the inside out. And you can always have the option of painting the outside. I tend to hesitate only because I'm not as confident with my painting skills, but I do love the way that it looks when it's painted from the inside. So you want your color to be nice and bold, understanding that it's going to soften tremendously when it's on the inside of the shade. I, again, probably did not make my colors as bold as I should have. So just a word to the wise, but you want to be careful not to get it too wet, because then you could end up impacting the paper itself, and you don't want it to bleed through to the other side of the paper either. So I'm using my little piercing tool. So all those little squiggly lines where I do have solid lines, I am just piercing little holes along the squiggle line. And you don't want your holes to get too close to each other, because you don't want anything to break through and again create that hole in your piece. These are just tiny little piercings that are going to look like that. So I've got my piece of glass. I know it looks a little bit dirty. I'm not sure if it was wax or something on the reverse of it, and I was scrubbing it for a while. It had been in my stash for years, you guys, like 30 plus years. So it's seen better days, but it's going to do the trick. Now, last week I did use my cutting mat when I cut the shade, and I was wishing that I had been using my piece of glass. I find it much easier to cut things like this on the glass. It probably does a job on my blade, probably doesn't keep it as sharp, but it works really, really well because it just kind of glides and your knife doesn't get stuck in the cutting mat. So I'm now back with my little piercing tool, and I'm using that to go in where I've cut with my craft knife, and I'm just molding the little pieces. So sticking it in there and rubbing it back and forth to lift the slits apart a little bit. And then I'll also use my fingers on some of the rounded curved edges. You can see there, like with the stems and the leaves, I'm using my fingers to mold that a little bit in. You don't want to create any creases or folds, but you do want soft, gentle roundness molded into your shapes. So once I have all of that taken care of, here I'm going to show you where I do the leaves again. So I usually do the straight lines first, and then the pieces that are going to roll into the inside of the shade, I do those after. So you can see here with the little stem, I'm doing the straight edges, and then I'm going to roll that stem in. So now once I have all of that done, I am going to line it. This is a heavy tracing paper, and I got it from my friend Colby at the Lamp Shop. They're located in Concord, New Hampshire, and they just took really good care of me with all the supplies that I needed. Highly recommend them. I'll leave a link for their little shop, their website, in my description box as well, in case you're interested in checking them out. So I've used my glue, and I did leave a little bit of room with my lining because I don't want to crush my image there, so it will not lay completely flat to your image. Just keep that in mind when you do this. And then once my glue was sufficiently dried, I went ahead and trimmed off the rest of the lining paper all the way around my shade so we don't have any of that hanging over. And now I'm going to go ahead and apply it to my frames. So I'm using just regular old clothespins from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to hook my little shade onto here. So I'm going to get it all the way on just with the clothespins. So that's going to allow me to manipulate it until I have it exactly how I want it, top and bottom, before I start gluing it. So once I have the top done, I've flipped it over here, and you can see I am now doing the bottom. And I tend to start in the middle and work my way out to the edges. I just find that it gives me a little bit more control over what's happening and keeping it as tight against the frame as possible. So once I have that all hooked together and made sure that it's all nice and tight, I'm going to grab my glue and I'm going to seal up the seam here. Now this is the way you should do it, right? So if you watched last week's video, you will recall that I was trying to remember how to do all this because it's been like 35 years since I made a lampshade until last week. So it's all coming back to me now. And once I have that all set and my seam is done, I'm coming in with my glue and I am adding glue to my frame right between where the frame and the paper meet, almost like if you were caulking a bathtub. So where the tile and the tub meet, you know, you've got that little area to caulk. So doing that with the glue. Once that's completely dry, and I believe I let it sit overnight because it was late when I was doing it and it needed some time to dry. So once it's completely dry, at least probably an hour, you're going to go ahead and start applying your border ribbon. So more details on that in last week's video. But I am just applying it about 1/3 of that edge to the shade, and then I'll roll it in after I apply a thin coat of glue to the inside of that binding tape. So once I get that all on there and smoothed out, I'm not sure why I felt the need to show you so much of this footage, so I apologize. Bear with me just a second. Here we go. Just rolling it all over and tucking it inside the shade. And then I'm going to do the same thing on the bottom. So I'll just flip it over and I will do the exact same thing. And I'm not going to put you through all of that. We're going to move on in about 2 seconds here. So once I've got that done, just trim it off real close, making sure that it matches up. I do put a little bit of glue on the edge of the ribbon so that it doesn't fray. And then I am going to just seal that down, and I will tuck that all down around the frame edge the same way we did with the, I guess it was actually the bottom that I had started with. So I'm going to do the same thing with the top. And now I'm coming in with my velvet ribbon, which is a more narrow piece, and this is my finishing ribbon. And it just helps to hide any imperfections with that top ribbon. And I just think it provides a really, really pretty finished look. So just going to wrap that all the way around on the top and the bottom and trim it off as close as possible. And because it is velvet, it does help to kind of create a seal, if you will. Not a seal, but it matches up with the other end really pretty nicely, and it's kind of hard to see the seam if you cut it properly. So once I have that all on, we are done. That's it. We can go ahead and add our candle and see how the light shines.
Okay, everybody, that's it for today. If you made it all the way through this video, you are a superhero champion. Leave me a big thumbs up. Leave me a comment. Let me know which one was your favorite, if you could even pick one out of all of these different projects. And until the next time, be well, be kind, and make it a great day. Thanks so much for watching. Take good care. Bye.